Hello, hello, Kalu Kalay. How are we all doing today? My name is Notepad, and I usually write games for fun, but today we're not going to be writing any games. We are instead going to be talking about a few. Middle-earth, Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit. That funny story involving the little Hobbit man with such important characters such as Bandolph, Boromir, and Faramir. You know, Faramir. Everybody loves Faramir. And the Bobbits and the well, here's the 411. Lord of the Rings is kind of a franchise. I know, call me a psychic when I say such egregious things of Middle-earth being Middle-earth, Lord of the Rings, and all that being a franchise. If we really want to go back to the start, the very first thing is The Hobbit, or There and Back Again, was published in 1937 by J.R.R. Tolkien. Tolkien, or whatever, I'm going to mispronounce names this entire time. Tolkien was the best way to think about it is Tolkien is a linguist, he is a very well-read man, and he is also fundamental in getting Beowulf into the modern sphere. Yes, Beowulf. If you ever want to know who the fuck... Effectively, if you ever want to know who Aragorn and Boromir and pretty much most of the Rangers in Dunedain, it's just variations of Beowulf. But later on, after writing effectively a children's story, at the end of the day, it is a high fantasy children's story about a little man joining a company of dwarves and a magic wizard to defeat a dragon. That's effectively what the story is. However, Tolkien was a mega autist, as we would refer to him as now, and he wrote this entire history, an entire world, and entire everything about Middle-earth, which led to Lord of the Rings. 3-part super thing published back in, I believe it would be, where was... It was published formally, yes, in 54. That's the thing, 54, 55. There were 3 books, Fellowship of the Ring, The Two Towers, and The Return of the King. There is a lot to this story, but you probably know it by the most basics. Oh no. Time to give you all a rough rundown of the plot of Lord of the Rings. Hey, Gandalf's back. Gandalf the Magic Wizard's back. And uh-oh, Frodo, you have a magic ring that your uncle picked up, and that magic ring is fucking evil. Now it's your responsibility to destroy it. Everyone's like, damn, that sucks. Let's assemble a company of heroes and try to save the day. Horrible, horrible things happen to everyone involved, and eventually the world is saved as tiny Frodo and his friend Sam throw the ring into Mount Doom, and the world is saved by killing Ultra God, but not really God. There's a lot more in that. That's something you have to understand. There's a lot more that goes on in Lord of the Rings. It's sort of a, super franchise and super story. This led to the Silmarillion, published after his death. The Silmarillion is not technically a real book. That's one thing you gotta remember. It's not technically a real book. This is J.R. Tolkien's a fuck ton of his notes and ideas and things that he mashed together, and his son Christopher Tolkien decided to publish after his death. That's kind of the big thing. This is Christopher Tolkien. So, why are you all actually here? That's the basics. Gotta look here from Tolkien scholar perspective. Here's the thing. I am not a Lord of the Rings fan. Gonna be honest with y'all right here. Gonna be perfectly blunt. Throwing that out here, right now. Not a Lord of the Rings fan. When I should have been reading The Lord of the Rings, when I should have been engaging in fantasy stories with, with Pippin, Merry, and Frodo, Sam, and the company, and all that, I was reading Game of Thrones because I was an edgelord teenager. Never really read any of the books. Never really. I watched the movie a long time ago. I watched the movie 3 times, the full saga of the movies. Over the course of my life, I have watched the edited theatrical cut of all 3, like 2/3 of an unedited cut and a full unedited cut over the course of like 3 days. But yeah, no, that's just it's just something that I kind of skipped over, but it's also kind of the reasons why I skipped over things like Harry Potter. I wasn't really into that. I was more of a sci-fi guy. I like science fiction stories, I like shitty pulp stuff, and I read a lot of terrible, terrible fantasy novels. But to say Lord of the Rings, and in turn the Middle-earth, is not influential on certain things, would be kind of a lie. This is a Hobbit. You know, Hobbit. We love Hobbit. We love Hobbits. Look at them. Look at he's so funny. Look at it's Bilbo. Hello, Bilbo. Hey, look everyone, it's Frodo. It's Frodo. It's a lot of AI generated hobbits, variations of such. It's an elf. You know, there's an elf. We've got the dwarves. We've got the whole shit and shaboodle. Here's the thing. To say that Middle-earth has not had a small but noticeable influence on our little hobby sphere would be a lie. If you ever want to know what the most basic dwarf looks like, it's Gimli. If you ever want to know what the most basic elf looks like, it's a combination of Elrond into Legolas. It depends on if they want to separate wood elves into high elves. You want the most basic variation of human male fighter, it's probably going to be some variation of Aragorn or Boromir. That's just a very common thing that you have to accept. Tolkien's influence is... Lord of the Rings is probably one of the, if not the, greatest fantasy stories ever told. And it has influenced just about every instance of fantasy since then. Like, that's just kind of a thing you have to acknowledge. That's just something that you have to embrace. Most of our, yeah, here you go, understatement of a lifetime. Exactly, like that. It's the understatement of a lifetime to even say that. It's hard to really state the pure influence one man has, especially over our little sphere, which is tabletop role-playing games, because D&D would not exist without a lot of those Tolkien-esque tropes in it. And people will cite, well, Gary Gygax was more inspired by Moorcock, he was more inspired by Conan and stuff. Well, yes, of course he was inspired by that, but Conan never fought an elf, or a dwarf for that matter. And it's really funny, because if you see a dwarf, if you see a dwarf in any kind of fantasy setting, there is a 95% chance you will know exactly what they are. And if you deviate too far from the Gimli standard, it's going to be harder and harder to identify them as a dwarf. If you deviate farther and farther from the elf, things get far more complicated, and you start like, oh, that's not an elf anymore. That's whatever the fuck you're calling it. That's not a dwarf anymore. That's whatever the fuck you're calling it. And again, saying the influence is not there would be insane. And people have kind of people have like fought against Tolkien-esque fantasy. Like, oh well, we don't want Tolkien-esque fantasy anymore. We don't want that. No. We want something hardcore. We want something, a gamer. We want Game of Thrones. Is Game of Thrones so real because people have sex and fuck and kill each other? And there's taxes, and it's like, if you actually read Game of Thrones or engage at all in Game of Thrones, you realize that George R. R. Martin is a hack. And I mean this in the most affectionate way, George. You'll never finish your book. I know that, you know that, we all know that. But you do realize very quickly that he is a hack, and I will say, Tolkien is a damn good writer. He is the best. Because again, to me anyway, Tolkien is not Lord of the Rings, he's Beowulf to me. I love the Beowulf story. Because Beowulf is like the quintessential hero in some stories, and I do like the interpretation in various commentaries Tolkien has talked about Beowulf in. Because this is his thing. This is his obsession, to be honest. That's a flat out lie. The children yearned for the Lothra mines. Yeah, and then there is an enduring appeal to it. I think that's important. I think Lord of the Rings will be around far longer than Game of Thrones ever will be. That's the thing. I think they will be around far longer, far better, if that makes sense, than Game of Thrones will ever be, especially now. It's wild that its translation of Beowulf is still one of the best. It is. It is easily one of the best. Usually same crowd that grumbles at Tolkien to grumble C.S. Lewis, a moral relativist, counterculturist. Martin, while talented wordsmith, creates complications of sadism and abuse rather than literature. The thing with... And I was, Hello, Kalu Kalette. It's the thing with, like... I'm going to say this about George R. R. Martin, Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones can roughly be summarized... I'm going to summarize 90% of plots in Game of Thrones. Okay, so Game of Thrones plot lines. A bastard does something terrible. A bastard seeks revenge / plots. Another asshole is involved. Innocent person dies. Repeat. Like, that is literally the entirety of Game of Thrones plot lines. Everyone is terrible to one another because everyone is awful. It's very funny. And I think the show dramatically fucked over the legacy of the books. I don't think so. I think it's... Once you take a step back and really read the actual books and you kind of internalize them, you're like, man, George R. R. Martin's a fucking hack. Guy who actually knows what he's doing, fucked over by everyone that doesn't. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Innocent dies. Of course, Lodger is one of the genuinely most iconic types of stories. Endures because it's multiple hero journeys at once. Yeah, effectively. It is multiple, it's this grand narrative. Works super well as a cyberpunk story? No, not really. Because literally, most of the plot lines in Game of Thrones rely on the fact that people cannot communicate with one another. That is like 97% of the stories. They cannot communicate with one another. And then things go wrong. And because assholes become assholes. But, yeah, that's the... We're gonna see Lord of the Rings in the future, and we'll see it again and again and again. And I know didn't Amazon want to make new things? Because now, the thing right now that's important about Middle-earth, and something I need to kind of talk about going forward. Hello, phone. What's poppin', phone? You want to tell me about something fun and exciting? No, it is not. So, here's the thing. When we are talking about this, I need you to remember who owns Lord of the Rings. I'm going to use the idea of Lord of the Rings just as a shorthand, but this is covering everything. This is a very convoluted thing to talk about, and this is going to come up later, so I'm going to need to deal with it now. So, here's the thing. At the end of the day, pretty much the Tolkien estate. The Tolkien estate owns everything. If we want to be specific, The Tolkien estate owns everything. They own all of Lord of the Rings. However, this is not as easy as it sounds. Tolkien estate, if we want to do the Lord of the Rings movies, is New Line Cinema. Now, the thing is what happened here that is actually very fascinating. The Tolkien estate sold legitimately all of the various movie rights and everything else to New Line Cinema. Why is this important? Because the Lotro movie video rights have been passed around to a lot of different groups. If you ever, so that's one thing you have to understand. The Lotro movie video games, I believe, are still owned by EA. But these are not the actual Lord of the Rings video game rights. The video game rights to the Tolkien estate things, not the movies, belong to technically Middle-earth Enterprises. Which is Middle-earth Enterprises and Friends, if we want to be really specific about it. You may be wondering, Notepad, is it Middle-earth Enterprises and Friends belong to the Tolkien estate? No. Ever heard of the Embracer Group? Yeah, welcome to... This is the Embracer Group. You might know them formerly as Nordic Games Licensing or THQ Nordic. The Embracer Group, who recently fell apart at going a billion different directions because of a $2 billion funding disaster. They have the right to license intellectual property of Tolkien's Middle-earth. Now, this is where things get really fucking weird, is they have one called Middle-earth, let me see if we can, yeah, there we go. They're forming a secondary company called Middle-earth Enterprises, formerly known as Tolkien Enterprises, because this is the Tolkien estate. This is owned by, this is known as Middle-earth Enterprises. This is a completely different company than the Tolkien estate, and they own a bunch of weird shit. This is important. They own a bunch of weird shit. Which they also own, but that's the thing. They also don't own that. They also own a bunch of other shit. Bunch of other shit in that situation. And then you have things like Amazon, like Rings of Power, for example. Rings of Power is a completely different thing. It is owned by a completely different idea. Which is a little bit fucky-wucky because it's a completely different, like, group going on here. There is... How do I want to word this? The actual rights of Lord of the Rings is messy as fuck. That is something you have to understand. And when we're going through this, it'll make sense when we hit later games of why I say it is very messy. And it really does boil down to the movie rights, which Christopher Tolkien, Tolkien's son, does not like. One of the main things there was that they sold all rights to. And if you've ever seen any of the video games based on the movies, or even things like Battle for Middle-earth, those were based off of the rights of the movies, not the actual Tolkien estate. Or not. Yeah, so that's just something like you need to... It gets very, very messy. And you kind of see like all of the different things. And you do end up with things like, oh, Magic the Gathering has card game rights. But there's like 4 different varieties of card games, which we will talk about a few of them. There's different role-playing games, but all of them also do something completely different. That is something it is a lot of different groups and a lot of different people and a lot of, yeah, current licenses are as follows. Yeah, you see just how very messy it is. That's how you actually end up with things like, let me see if we can find. It was not the Warner Brothers era film trilogy revival. It was, yeah, this one. That's how if you watch Mandalore Gaming at all, he did a video on this one, the War of the Ring. One of the big thing of the War of the Ring was that this was not based off the movies. This was based off the books, which the Tolkien estate still owned. So they made a video game adaptation of the books, which is different from the movies, because they can't make a video game adaptation of the movies except if they went through New Line Cinema and in turn a bunch of other things. It's kind of a mess. Like, it is a very fascinating mess when it comes to just the legal and the people and the situations behind everything. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about fun and exciting role-playing games. After 25 minutes of talking about the legal complications, let's open. We're gonna go in order because there are 4 games we're gonna cover today. We have 4 games because weirdly enough, those are the only Middle-earth role-playing games out there. If we do Middle-earth TTRPGs, there aren't actually many. There is MERP, Lord of the Rings adventure game, Lord of the Rings role-playing game, and The One Ring. Technically, we're going to be going over One Ring 2nd edition. Now, the thing is, we are going to be going over we're going to be going over these 4. These are dedicated. There's a 5e version. Yeah, you can, if you want to play the Cubicle 7 5e version, you can, and I cannot stop you. I would not recommend it, but you can. And then we have the One Ring, obviously. But today we're going to start with MERP. Now, you may be wondering, what is MERP? Well, let me open up MERP here real fast. This is Middle-earth Role-Playing, a role-playing game of J.R.R. Tolkien's world. Now, you may be wondering, that's kind of a weird thing to say, but this was published in 1986. Yeah, 2nd edition. This is technically the 2nd edition. This is published in 1986. This is an oldie. And this is before any of the movies came out, before anything there, and you can kind of already see these don't look like the characters you probably are thinking. You're probably looking at these like, hey, wait a second. Well, that looks like Gandalf, obviously. Well, who's this person? Who's this person? Who's this guy? Who the fuck is this? Well, if you want to be honest with it, this is Gimli. I believe Gimli, Aragorn, Boromir, Sam, Pippin, Merry, Frodo, Gandalf, and Legolas. Though that is the full fellowship. This is the 80s. There has not been really the only thing would be the Ralph Bakshi movie, I believe. Ralph, yeah. The only pieces of media out there are the book and the Ralph Bakshi film. The one with with slut maxing Aragorn and but yeah, as you can kind of see here, it's like, all right, kind of an interesting, various, Gary Thompson, all these different people. Yeah. James laughed in the face of unemployment. What's the 00? No prisoners. They're very clearly having a laugh with this. But let's do a little bit looking around. Let's do a little bit of talking about it. Well, very early on, which we need to know about. This is MERP. 1984 is when it officially published out. Again, we're going to go with second edition. This is by Iron Crown Enterprises. You may know Iron Crown Enterprises by a very different game, which is called Rolemaster. Yes, these are the guys. They're still around, technically. They're not as big as they used to. Now that watch their website. Their website's going to die, and I'm going to feel really, really bad. But you probably know them. Formed in 1980. You probably know them best for Rolemaster, because Rolemaster is their main game that you have probably heard about. 100, checking charts and double checking everything there. Rolemaster is their big thing, 1980. As you can see, Rolemaster went before MERP. This is the first one. One of the big things, though, one of the big things about MERP is that MERP is a cut-down version of Rolemaster. Their website's down. Their website's down. Of course it's down for maintenance. The one day I want to do this, their fucking website's down for maintenance. Okay, let's use Wayback Machine. They are still around. That's the thing. They are still around. They just very much have not been... They are not active by any stretch of the imagination, if that makes sense. Most of their thing is Rolemaster, Space Master, Harp Fantasy. It's... You kind of see Rolemaster. Rolemaster's still their big thing. You can still buy Rolemaster. Let me see, Rolemaster... Yeah, you can still buy these games. You can still, everything's still right here. Everything's as easy and, right there what you want it. Space Master, in case you want to play the space variant of the game, or Harp Fantasy, high adventure role playing. Fine. As you kind of see here, this is all they're still publishing books. They're still kicking along. They're still doing their job. And that's more than you can really ask for. Not really as big as they used to, and generally speaking, no one really talks about Iron Crown anymore unless you're a big Rolemaster fan. Nothing too fun and exciting really to talk about, but they actually got the rights very early on. They got the rights to make they got the rights to make Middle-earth role-playing. Yeah, they actually got the license from the Tolkien estate. No one which was granted because no one asked for such a license before. Yeah, no one ever asked for it before. So they're like, yeah, okay, well, we could do something like that. And it's the second best, it was almost the second best, if not one of the best-selling role-playing games of all time at that era. However, we can quickly see, following its demise, they're still around, they just don't do anything. It's one of those weird situations where they are alive but not. That's what you have to understand. But yeah, that's kind of the people we're working with here. MERP is still around. Because here's the thing with MERP. No, Middle-earth role-playing. People will still fight, kill, and die over Middle-earth role-playing. People still say this is one of the best games that they could ever have. And they will continue to talk about things. You want to learn about all this? Here are all of the expansions that came out for it, and all the different things. You want to go for all the various translations for it. You want to have all the various things for it. This is their big thing. There are people who love MERP and will fight, kill, and die for MERP. And that's something I can respect. Let me see if I can find... Where's the one that I found? Yeah, oh, I didn't mean to close out the entire window. That's not what I wanted to do. But yeah, MERP is still kicking. I might be back if she wraps up before you're end, I'll catch you in the VOD. Harp is interesting if you'd like to reread it at some point. Modern Treasure Law is genuinely incredible supplement. Let's fucking go. Still in Fury. Chartmaster is great. Hooray. But yeah, MERP still has stood the test of time more than a lot of games, really. And the main man behind that is a guy named S. Coleman Charlton. Try to see a Coleman Charlton? This man's kind of did everything. I worked on Mayfair Games for a while, worked on Settlers of Catan. This guy is pretty much, he's the MERP man. He made MERP, and he also was one of the main designers of Rolemaster. Mayfair Games, he did Mayfair Games later on. You know, things like Agricola, Settlers of, that little tiny game called Settlers of Catan. You know, that little one. Yeah, again, it's strange of how big he was. Including, we have an actual weird connection. We have a weird connection between MERP and Underground. Fucking Underground. We have a connection with it. It's great. But let's get into let's get into the game. Let's start talking shop. Now, obviously, we need a brave hero to help us out. And I put this up to vote, mind you. I said, okay, everyone, who should we make as a sample character? And I put hobbits, I put elves, I put dwarves, I put all of this shit. And you guys wanted to make Baragorn. So we made Baragorn. He is our prototypical Rohani man. He's a Rohir man. And as with all of these games, I always try to keep a very consistent character between all of them. Because I thought this was going to be a very appropriate one to make a very dedicated character between everyone. Everyone's going to look about the same. Baragorn is going to be our main character. MERP is a Castaway RPG, one of those abandoned on an island games. But yeah, no, it's the thing with like MERP and stuff, it was just licensing stuff. At the end of the day, that's what really killed a lot of these games, was licensing. And a very bad deal signed by an estate who did not know what they had. But yeah, this is Baragorn. As you kind of see, this looks a little confusing. It's really not, though. So we're going to go into it. We're going to start here. And it opens up by just, what is a role-playing game? Because you have to remember, this is 1984 to 86. Tabletop role-playing games have effectively been around for about a decade at this point. And this would be 2nd edition era, I believe. This would be AD&D. Let me see. This is me double checking. This would be AD&D 1st edition, the original B&X version into BCMI into very not even early 2nd edition AD&D 2nd edition. That's not even out yet. Just to kind of give you the idea of where we are on history. So if you read through this, you're going to read through it and be like, "Oh, this sounds really weird." But you have to remember, role-playing games were pretty new, all things considered. We're still trying to teach what the terms are, what things actually work, and what is and what isn't. That's why it's kind of weird, because it's not game, it's not a game master, dungeon master. It's all one word, game master. It's funny when you see things like, is it a game master, a game master? Just little things like that. It's little terms that you're going to read. You're like, that doesn't read right. But no, it hasn't been codified as much yet. Or introduced to fantasy role-playing and FRP. FRPs. Fantasy role-playing game, adventuring in Middle-earth. And they do a pretty good job of introducing Middle-earth here. If you've never engaged with it, So Bairu, go forth and try your hand at pleasures and pitfalls of MERP, and may Iru be with you. They open up with here's a sample adventure of just people talking about what's going on. Here's a little rundown of them fighting an orc. So, most basic idea when we're really working with this game is that this is, view definitions and conventions, again, very odd when you're first reading it. I know I got thrown off when I was first reading this. I'm like, what the fuck? Is the dice rolling conventions of MERP and in turn, early roll master. So, whenever you need to do something in this game, at the end of the day, it's going to be a D100 roll. You're going to roll, and you're going to check the chart. That's why it's called Chart Master, everyone. Nothing too exciting. If you want to be really specific, it is a roll over, like you want to get a higher roll. Sometimes these are a lot easier said than others, such as open-ended rolls. Whenever you make an open-ended roll, if you roll a 95 to 100, you roll again. If you roll a 1 to 5, you roll again downward. Yeah, and it's like, oh hey, roll a 95, you call a second one, and add to the first roll. If the second roll's over, a third roll. You can get insanely high rolls if you're very lucky. On the other hand, you can get really low rolls. Often these are the two big ones. Even like 1d10 rolls, 1d5, nothing too extravagant there. And then they talk about definitions. What are you kind of working with? What's a chance action? What's that? It's a lot of information thrown right at you. So, basic factors in defining a character. Well, we got our mental and physical statistics. As you kind of see, our statistics are pretty easy. Strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, intuition, presence, and appearance. Appearance technically doesn't do anything. I adjusted all of these, by the way. But it's like, oh, all right, nothing too extravagant here. You kind of know what everything is. The only odd one is like intuition, which is the the relation of the character to the all-pervading force of nature and things supernatural. It's kind of like they merged wisdom, luck, and just everything else together. It's your magic stat, effectively. Yeah, you may be thinking, magic stat? Yeah, there's a lot of magic in this game. That's one thing with these early ones that's kind of odd to me, anyway. Again, someone who is very much outside of the Tolkien-esque sphere. It was, wow, there's a lot of people casted fucking magic. So, yeah, so effectively, you kind of see, here's our stat bonuses. You're going to roll for your stats. And if you're lucky, you get good stats. If you're not lucky, you're me. And you get this. So, if we go down here, races and cultures. Now, one of the weird things about this game, this is one of the strangest fucking aspects of it. These are all playable races. You can play all of these. Do you want to play an Uruk-hai? Yeah, you can play an Uruk-hai in MERP. You want to play a Haradim? You can play a Haradim. You want to play a Noldor, Sindar, Sylvan? You can. You want to play a fucking troll? Yeah, you can. And in case you're wondering, yes, all of these races do something slightly different from one another. Slightly different. It is it's very interesting. No character who could cast magic called it magic. It talked about it. It was more a natural function. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, yeah, it's magic, but it's not. But yeah, no, I find this really odd because, like, yeah, do you want to play any of these different kinds of races? They were all available for you to play. And that really threw me off when we get to later games where they start saying, well, all of these men, you only get like 2-3 men. Elves, well, elves are just elves. No half elves anymore. You don't get orcs anymore. No orcs, no trolls. And you're like, oh, that's interesting. You know, general demeanor, and then languages. Get ready to look at the language chart. There's a lot of different languages. A lot of people don't like one another. Wow. Racial bonuses, you know, all these different little things. Then we have skill ranks. Whenever you are doing something, you have to track your skill ranks. As you can kind of see here, these are all of Baragorn's skill ranks. He is very good at using a missile weapon. That's what I wanted to do. He is an archer. He has an OB of 37. All of these little bonuses. Anytime he pulls back a bow, he is rolling with a plus 37 to roll and strike an enemy. That's pretty fucking good on a D100 roll, and he can inflict some big damage. But if you can also see, because he is a man of Rohan... Oh, click that button. Asking myself here. Because you can also see, because he's a man of Rohan, the man knows how to ride a fucking horse. He is damn good at riding a horse, in fact. Way good at riding a horse. He's got a plus 50 to it. Plus 53, technically. And you're like, oh, all right. That's kind of an interesting thing to muse about. And skill ranks are important. You're going to make sure you understand that. Probably the one that will throw people off the most is the idea of moving and maneuvering skills. Anytime you're actually like trying to move around and do certain things, you're going to have to take the skill, quote unquote, skill with that kind of armor. If you are really good at chain armor, perhaps, that means, you know, if you're trying to move around, you could be really skilled in chain armor and mitigate the bonus, you know, mitigate the penalty, natural penalty a little bit easier. On the other hand, for example, like soft leather, I'm really good at using soft leather by virtue of being just very fast. However, as you can kind of see with rigid leather, I've mitigated a lot of the penalties, so I should be wearing rigid leather. It's a little bit odd when you first read it. It makes sense when you kind of think about it a little bit more. Dark Elves, for those who went fucking, I'm not traveling anymore. But yes, weapon skills. Various weapon skills, not too many. And it's like, oh, well, one-handed edge, one-handed concussion, and then just two-handed weapons. Because, as you all know, a great sword and a great axe are pretty much the exact same thing, right? There is different kinds of weapons. There aren't many different kinds of weapons, all things considering. And then we get magical skills. Directed spells, using elemental spells in combat. Yeah, do you want to cast the spell ability? I think this is more of a holdover from Rolemaster. I think Rolemaster had magic. We couldn't get rid of magic that easily because of how some certain systems work. So let's just add in Rolemaster magic into this. Various subterfuge skills, miscellaneous skills and capacities. Body development is kind of an odd one. I'm going to bring down to body development. Every rank of body development, you roll a d10, and you add that amount to your body development. And your final body development score, plus whatever your constitution is for your final amount, plus 5. What does this do? This is your health. So if I go up to, let me find a good... So this is your health, effectively. Anytime I get hit by an attack, I'm lowering my health. If my health ever reaches 0, I'm fucking on the ground. I'm dying. That's bad. You can get really lucky with body development. You can get really unlucky with body development. And it can go really bad very quickly for you. Always invest at least a couple points into it, unless you really unless you are really fucky-wucky. And not to say you can't just die immediately. That's one of the big things. Yeah. Some of his hit total and his constitution he dies really hard. So as you can see, my constitution is 90. If I take a shit ton of damage, I could actually die quite easily. But we shouldn't do that, because that's weird. Everyone does technically have access to skills, and then we have a bunch of secondary skills. These aren't important skills, but you can take them if you have the option to, like weather watching, signaling, rowing, public speaking, diving. And then we get our professions. Now, your professions are effectively your class, but they are not very rigid. So let's say, for example, my profession is a scout. Let's say, no, I'm a ranger. Because I'm a ranger, my prime stat is Constitution. I only rolled, in my initial Constitution, I only rolled a 46 for it. However, because it's my prime stat, I can set it to 90. Every single class technically has the ability to do this with one of their stats. They just set it to 90. But every level, I increase all of my weapon skills by 2, all of my general skills by 3, all of my perception by 2, and my stalking and hiding skill by 2. And I can learn any channeling spell. Some of these are a little bit more easy to understand, like warriors who are able to hack people to death very easily. Or you're able to play a animus, who is effectively a cleric, and they get a bunch of other random shit. I don't hate the class system. It's it's one of those things, it's an odd system to have. I didn't understand armor skills in RPGs until I actually developed armor skills in the army. Yeah, exactly. You don't understand them until even like when I was in the UK. I went to one of the army museums, and there was this big bag. It was like a military backpack, and it was, hey, this is all the stuff that you would have to carry in I think it was World War II. This is all the stuff that you would have to carry. And I'm like, oh, okay. It can't be that heavy. Holy shit. And it was funny, just hefting it on my back. I was like, oh, fuck. Like, it kind of feels like your back is kind of crinking. And it's weird because I kind of was holding it there for a second. I'm like, shit, I'm not ready for this. But then I kind of like started adjusting myself slightly. I'm like, okay, this is a little bit easier. And that's when I saw this armor skill stuff, I'm like, that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense to be like, hey, I can run around in chainmail really easily. There's a chance where you don't know how to actually run around in actual good leather armor, but you damn well know how to wear chain, which is pretty good if you can do that. Not easy, don't get me wrong, not easy, but you can. Even down to the fact that you can technically skill yourself up into no armor and get a big bonus to things. But one of the big things is, you get your special abilities. Most character races anyway, get a number of special abilities. You can make up special abilities, or you can choose to roll on the table. I rolled on the table 5 times, because that's what all men get, 5 special abilities. Now, you can also get a special item from this. These are your stings. These are your magic swords and shit like that. But, as we kind of see here, you get 2 gold pieces. I want you to know, 2 gold pieces is quite a lot of money in this system. Now, I'm going to look over to my special ability. I rolled 125 gold coins. Baragorn became filthy fucking rich overnight, effectively. And you also get your hobby skill. Hobby skills are effectively free skill ranks. Stat increases, new languages. Anytime you get experience points. This is one thing about experience points. It makes more sense in the table. I kill a level 1 opponent. As level 1, I get 200 experience. And the thing is, this is level of delivering the killing blow. Yes, this is kill points. You can get kill point XP. If I deliver the killing blow on an enemy, I get 200 XP for it. But depending on the amount of damage done, you can also split it. So it's kind of like one of those things. Yeah, you can get kind of like, hey, here's a bunch of different kinds of spell, different kind of things where you split up the amount of damage you actually deal. And everyone can get a little bit of XP when killing things. Anytime you cast a spell, you also get XP. Anytime you get hit a critical attack, you get XP. Anytime you succeed at a maneuver, you get XP. You're kind of seeing what this is. The more XP you get, the more things you do, the more XP you get. And you also get idea points, which is, did you come up with a good idea? It is very possible to get, it's very possible to get very, unsorted, if that makes sense, XP gains. Oh, I got a bunch of combat XP. Well, I didn't get any maneuver XP. Well, I got a little bit of spell XP. Oh, well, I came up with some good ideas, but no, I came up with the best idea. As you kind of even see here, like, Nog ended up with 768 XP versus Chinta's 260. I think every group is going to deal with that slightly differently. And this is an older way of doing these kind of games. Some people like the more, I don't know. Some things kind of, change, some things don't. This is one of those things that changed over time, as what people would expect. And don't forget, you do get things by traveling. You hit your required amount of XP, you level up. You get more development points. You get more skill bonuses. Roll for body development. Update level bonuses. Retotal any skill bonuses. Increase power points. You get everything you could possibly want. Only 10 levels, but you need 150,000 XP to do that. Ain't easy getting up to that point. Kind of I would say the major jump is level 6. Because everything is 10,000, 20, 30, 40, 50. 6, heading up here is the jump of 20,000 XP. They're at 20,000 XP. 20, 20, 20. That's kind of the first jump when you're trying to get to level 6. Keep track of character. It's the character record sheet. Just keep the record sheet. If you can find various stat bonuses, pet tables. They throw a lot of information at you. This is important. Again, we're only 24 pages in. This is all like the first booklet, effectively. Anytime we need to roll it, just fucking roll your skill. Like, I want to, get it. How do we generate statistics? How do we generate that? You roll D100. Yep, that's all you knew. You made 6 D100 rolls. Nor anything 20 or less. We did, obviously. We rolled, Baragorn rolled pretty well. Outside of his intelligence and presence. Yeah, no, he did not roll very well for those. Back in the day, everyone got the same amount of XP. If we bothered tracking it, who the fuck cares? But yeah, no, it's Baragorn did. Baragorn yeah, okay. You know what? He's not the wisest man in the world. He doesn't need to be wise. He is a man of the land. He's a ranger man. He is not any of that boring shit. He doesn't know his books very well. But you get your D100 and everything here. But yeah, no, Noldor elves, Tindar elves, and Sylvan elves, they have to assign their stats in a very specific way. And but it's not like you don't get really big bonuses or anything. That's just what they are. However, your race and your culture, this is where things start getting a little bit hectic. And one of the weirder things is they do talk about the 4th age of Middle Earth, the structures of Sauron and the Ring. Only really these old games talk about the 4th age. Very few, like, anything after that, they don't really mention. The Coda game does not, nor does the One Ring. These the two oldest ones do mention the 4th age. You want to play an orc? Yeah, fuck it, you can totally play an orc. Now, these are your random races, of course. You can play a man, you can play half-elf, Sylvan, Sindar, Noldor, Olokai, and all of these. So, these are the language charts. If you have a 5 in something, you can speak perfectly in it, and you can write perfectly in it. If you got like a 1, you can like effectively like spitter out words, like your kindergarten tier. As you can kind of see, there's a lot of different languages you can pick up. Westron is like your basic language that everyone can speak. No matter what you do, you will always have Westron to fall back on. No matter who you are, no matter what you do, you will always have Westron to fall back on. And only men of Rohan can speak Rohim. Only Umatik, only the Umil can speak Umatik. Ukel, the Wazis, various half-orcs. The Hobbits subtle Hobbits can learn Kuduk, Kuzdul from the dwarves. You do get a number of points early on to assign to languages. So Baragorn, one of his secret things is that Baragorn can speak Dunail pretty well. He can also speak he can speak Dwarf. I don't know why I chose to speak Dwarf. But yeah, he can speak Dwarf. He's just picked up Dwarf. That's just something he knows how to speak. Doesn't know it well. Baragorn, yeah, Baragorn's got street smart. Baragorn's the kind of guy who picks shit up randomly. He's like, yeah, no, I can speak Dwarf. Like, why do you know how to speak Dwarf? I'm like, I don't know. And you don't. But yeah, these are all the stat bonuses. And as you can kind of see, some of them are pretty good. You know, Hobbits are really fucking weak, but they're fast. They can take a hit really well. They're not the smartest people in the world, but they also get a shit ton of resistance rolls. Even like the elves are completely immune to disease. Like they cannot get sick that way at all. The Dunedain kind of get a bunch of playing a Dunedain is saying I want to play, you know, Aragorn tier. Most men get +5 strength. That's it. But even if you want to play an orc, for example, orcs are right here. You can play an orc right now. You want to play an Uruk-hai, you can play an Uruk-hai if you really want. Nothing is going to stop you from playing an Uruk-hai, or even a troll, or the Odokai. Yeah, you can just play those guys if you want. I don't know why, but yes, it is entirely possible to play Gothmar the Orc. You know, oh no, look everyone, it's Gorthmar. Now, I know why this is here. Possibly. I think this is here so, hey, if you want to make an enemy, you can make one of these guys. On the other hand, yeah, no, it's like you need to be able to create orc characters, obviously, you know, for enemies and stuff. But I like the idea that you can play an orc. They are perfectly balanced against everything else. Mostly because you get your adolescent skills. What is an adolescent skill? An adolescent skill is effectively you learn, like you growing up getting things. And because you are learning, you know, you're picking up things and learning things, everyone gets something different, including all of the different men. All of the men learn something slightly different from just growing up. But then you get things such as, you know, for example, we are Rohir, right here. We get a bunch of things that other people don't. We get 4 language ranks. We get a bunch of different things. We get 8 points in Ride. Nobody else gets 8 points in literally anything except us, because we're the greatest riders in Middle Earth. Hobbits, on the other hand, hobbits get not much. Yeah, this is kind of like your very basic setup skills, and even things like hobbits are going to be about as tough as a normal guy, like even worse than others. But then you get things like fucking, you know, trolls and stuff. Trolls do not get a lot of skills right off the bat. They are almost entirely combat based because they're trolls. Like, yeah, because they're fucking trolls. Of course they're not going to be, the greatest fucking ambushers, or they're not going to really know how to write or read very well. But they usually balance all of these out by the fact that you don't get as many background points. You don't get as many special abilities. And now, choosing a profession, obviously we choose one of our professions that we get wherever we want. We can just choose that. We add in all our bonuses, and then we get to roll on the background table. There's a lot of different background tables that we can kind of worry about, but here are our background stuff. Here's all of our various things. I kind of broke it down into some very basic ones. I had 5. Let's see. I had 5 points. So I went with 2 special abilities, special item, money, and hobby skills. For my special ability, I got this and this. So I ended up increasing my one-handed edge and my stalking ability. I have a magic cloak that lets me stalk better. I got a fuck ton of money, and I invested a lot into my stalking. That's all I did. And my special item I got was a scimitar. Actually, no, it wasn't even my special item. It was Midnight Cloak. These are my 2 weapons that I ended up picking up. A scimitar and a composite bow. That's it. But yeah, you can get some more, like, ridiculous stuff. Like lightning reactions. You're very charismatic. You're just resistant to pain. You're very observant. Things like that. But generally speaking, things are pretty normal. You're not getting anything too extravagant. And you're not getting anything too insane. And I like that fact. I like the idea that you are... How do you read that? How do you read that scimitar? It makes sense when we get to that scimitar. When we get to the items, it'll make a little bit of sense. Curved swords. Yeah, curved swords. Yeah, good scimitar here is pretty fucking good, all things considering. Mostly because if you're fighting anyone wearing armor, you're not having a good time. But don't fight people with armor, or even better, just use a fucking bow. That's Baragorn's life. He's just like, I'm gonna just shoot you with a bow. Baragorn's weapons will change consistently throughout the 4 variations here. They keep trying to give him a big fucking sword, and but yeah, as you kind of see here, characters receive normal skill development points in each skill category indicated by the table, transferring development points, skill list. But as you can kind of see here, you do get a few points to just increase any of your skills with that you want to. As generally speaking, I made Baragorn a pretty normal guy. He's pretty good with swords. He's pretty good with missiles. He got pole arms for free and didn't plan on using them, but the spears always have. Kind of invested a lot in stalking, into ambushing, tracking, and a little bit into body development. I didn't really have any magical skills. As you kind of see, I have no magical skills to really speak of, so I didn't invest in any of them. But as you can kind of see, here's here. And outside of that, start outfitting people. You don't get a lot of, you don't get a lot of things to kind of worry about. You kind of see here's all the equipment. I didn't write down all of the equipment because you don't get a lot of space on the character sheet to do things. I am within my limit. Only chose to get arm greaves and leg greaves and rigid leather armor. Pretty simple stuff. Nothing too exciting. But here's the encumbrance penalty. I do not break the encumbrance penalty at all. I am still a strong man because I am 195 pounds. And I don't have to worry about any of that. I think I have like a 5 penalty due to encumbrance, but I can just drop my back and start doing things. But that's really it. You can be super tough and get a bunch of health, but you really don't need. As long as you're good in like 2 or 3 skills, you'll be fine. You can even see here, like this is one of the example characters. Like he doesn't even have that many skills, all things considering. Especially though, if you don't have a skill in something, this is one thing that I'm not like a huge fan of. If you don't have a skill in something, let's say for example, 2-handed swords, you technically have a negative 25 in it. Or like, hey, I don't have a pick lock skill. I have a negative 25 in my pick lock. I don't have a, I'm not a huge fan with like you don't have skills, you take a massive fucking penalty to it, including things like soft leather armor. Soft leather armor means I'm effectively at -20 when trying to walk around in soft leather armor, or like 80 if I'm late. Not a huge fan of that, but that's just kind of that's a me thing. That is a me developer thing. So, game master tasks. What are we actually doing here? What's the physical layout? What's the countryside? What is it? Seas. This is a lot of things to give you information about. How do we actually play a game? What's adventures are on? How do we make encounters? What spells like? But this is one of those things where spells are a little odd, and why it kind of threw me off. You have to use a certain number of power points. This is the idea of power points. You get it based off your skill levels. Generally speaking, you get like 1 or 2 at starting level. You get more as you level up because it's just a multiplier. So if you are level 5, you might have 5, 10. You might have 10, 12 different fucking power points to play with, and that means more things that you have to work with. On the other hand, what you want to do is prepare your spell. Anytime you want to cast a spell, you are in fact spending rounds to try to make it better. I'm going to cast Fireball on someone. If you're saying, I'm going to cast Fireball, that is you sitting for 4 rounds casting Fireball so it doesn't blow up in your face and kill us all. Generally speaking, always do it for at least 2. Like, even a few disadvantages is pretty bad unless you are very confident. Yeah, you can get some magic items. Most of them are pretty simple. The most valuable ones you're going to get are spell adders, though. If you are playing a magician of some variety, you want spell adders. You just want more spells to throw down range. On the other hand, getting multipliers is the number of power points. So this is kind of more of like, you want a kind of a good mix here. Spell adders that let you cast more. Spell multipliers lets you use more. Use more rather than get more. But you might get things like, a staff of fireballs. Staff of firebolt, which is 100 for a staff charged item. Or firebolt's a 6th level spell. On the other hand, you might see dagger with a levitate spell on it. All it is. They kind of encourage you to give out magic items than to actually like just cast magic necessarily, but you can very much just cast magic missile. Kind of here's all the magic item pricing, additional costs. You are actually relatively speaking. Thing is, for the era, you were fairly hardy. Like, it is you, and there's even resurrection spells. Like, there are, if you are working with the right people, you can get back up from if you were to die. It's hard, but you can. And sometimes it takes a few days, sometimes it takes a few hours, sometimes you might actually even lose stat points if you are really fucked up, if your soul's leaving your body. On the other hand, if you are dealing with hey, I am fucking, Elrond, if you're dealing with them fucking, elf in the woods, and the elf in the woods like, stop. How long's your friend been dead? Oh, he's been dead 2 days, sir. We need assistance. Me like, all right, all right, he's alive. Where's my fucking money? Yeah, this is one of those weird things. Like, there is a lot of magic. This is what threw me off for a while. That's why it was kind of like, I was curious about it. But yeah, immediate death, because you could die immediately if you are unlucky. Unironically, you can die immediately. Okay. Getting a lot of hit a lot, death after number of rounds. Probably, if you were in a straight combat, if I'm fighting Goroth the fucking orc, and I'm, fighting him, you are more likely to die via crit that kicks your ass than than like just losing all your body points. That's the big thing. Losing all your body points is you falling over from a bunch of different cuts and wounds and injuries. You're unconscious because you have taken too many hits. On the other hand, if you get hit by a bad critical attack, it could kill you outright because you have been decapitated, or they have stabbed you through the chest, or you've been shot a dozen times by black tipped arrows and things like that. And you're like, I see. It does take a while to actually heal, though. There's one thing is, you do actually it does take a while to heal from things. Once every hour you sort a hit. What is a hit? A hit is 1 HP. It takes a while to recover your HP, so you should get an actual kind of like a medic in there. But that's one of the advantages of healing with herbs. Yep, like, hey, you get some life-giving herbs for your 20th level life-giving spells. Yeah, just ingest some herbs, man. You can heal. Buying, selling, and yeah, it's like, you want to buy money? You want to sell some things? Here's just a bunch of shit. To give you an idea of how fucking expensive, how much money I have. Again, they want you to say like, oh, I've got a gold piece, 2 gold pieces. That's a lot of money. I have 125. I'm fucking rich. I'm rich. Weather table, temperatures of the day, precipitation, just a lot of stuff. A lot of this is just information about how do we get information, how do we move around, how are we doing things, how do we set up the game for playing and having fun. Easy enough to understand. Most of the time, you're going to be going on a normal walk, and you can roughly get 10 miles in 4-hour period if you are on the road. 10 miles in a 4-hour period if you're just walking. However, if you're in the mountains, you're not gonna have a good time. Hey, you're trotting along on a horse, you're gonna have a not as good time. You're gonna have a pretty good time. Various encounter tables. This is if it's civilized or it is like an animal. Fighting an animal is bad because animals are fucking scary. Fighting a bunch of dudes in the middle of the area, also pretty fucking scary. A bunch of how do we avoid? Oh no, how do we avoid getting attacked by monsters? Just have a smaller group. Like, generally speaking, if you're working with a small group, you're going to be a lot fine. If you're traveling with 100 people, then yeah, you're going to have a lot. It's going to be a lot harder. Walking carefully, or are you running hard, or are you? That's kind of the idea. Like, if you are actively taking time away, if you're actively wanting to get, hits, like, you're going to be found. But yeah. So, now we get to combat. Everything is resolved in 10-second rounds, in terms of feet and seconds. Most of the time, you can only cast more than one action a turn. But if you have something like haste on you, you can take multiple. Now, let me see if I can find the sequence of action. Let's do actually presenting the basic area. You can play with hexes, or you can play with things, or you can literally just set out exactly what it is and just say 1 inch is 50. 1 inch is 50. 1 inch to 50. 50 feet. Yeah, that's how it works. Easy enough. You're moving around the little board. Generally speaking, most people can't move terribly far. You're not sprinting, not 150 feet, but you get the idea. But it's not like you're sprinting around the map exactly. It's not like you're, double checking around that. Don't need to worry about that. It's pretty open. The map is pretty open and pretty easy to move around in. These are a sequence of actions. Everything is performed in order. Are you preparing or casting a spell? Are you shooting someone with a missile weapon? Are you doing any maneuvers? Are you just trying to stab a motherfucker? And then are you moving? And then are you doing any static maneuvers? So, most basic understanding. Spells go before missiles. Missiles go before attack melee. However, this is a very important thing. Getting stabbed to death with a missile is not, I have a bow in my hand. That does not mean I get to shoot you while you're stabbing at me with a sword. No, very opposite. I get stabbed with the sword repeatedly. That is very bad. So, but as you kind of see here, opportunity actions. When something happens, oh no, I want to sit and wait. You can do that. Cancel actions. But yeah, it's pretty easy to understand. You can take 10 and, a little bit of movement later. You can take this a little bit later. Generally speaking, you can perform an action or you can move. And if you take an action, you might be able to move a little bit. You can move a little bit in one direction. You can take a few steps one direction, but not very far. If you're doing a full-ass action, you are hauling fucking ass. You are moving across the entire area. And that is a long way to go. But yeah, this is our, this is like a very basic situation. What is Chinta doing? Chinta's moving, static maneuver, moving maneuver, takes critical. What's Durga? Move, static, opportunity, attack, out from fumble, recover. Move, attack, move, attack, clean attack. Yeah, no, that's kind of the very simple way. Only a couple attacks will really go down. You kind of even see like fire casts a spell, casts his first. There's no missile fire, tries to maneuver. Naga taxes down, breaking the orc's leg. Yeah, breaks the fucking orc's leg. As Alpidorn begins running away, no static actions. Yeah, preparing and casting spells. Movement, as you kind of see, should use each character can move up to 50, 50 feet or 50 inches plus his remove movement. Bear with me. You can't move far. Now, you can shift items. What this means is while I'm running at you, while I am making my way toward you, I can draw my sword. If I draw my sword, my 50 becomes 40. Or I can take my shield out. I'm taking my sword and my shield out, I can move 30. If I'm taking my bow out, I can move 40 still. You can shift around your entire being, but you're just sacrificing move. That's all that's happening. Or you could just fucking run it. Just run, just bolt. You bolt, you're doing nothing else than running. But you have to make a actual check on it. And if you fail, you might just trip. But yeah. Yeah, you could just trip and fall and everyone laughs at you because you're a dumbass. Mounted movement. Mounted movement's a little bit different because you're more tracking the horse's movement speed, and the horse's movement speed is fucking insane. And he gets a big, offensive bonus for everything. Various maneuver. All a maneuver is, this is the important thing when it comes to a maneuver. A maneuver is anything that is not an attack. That's the basic idea. Anything that is not an attack is a maneuver, and you're going to be doing its check for it. I want to do a moving maneuver. I want to do a static maneuver. I want to pick a lock. I want to shove someone over. Those are all maneuvers and follow roughly the same rules. Which is, very simply, I'm moving. I want to climb something. I'm swimming across something. I'm trying to slide under a door or something. That's a moving maneuver. I make a check equal to my... I make a check adding my, whatever my movement and maneuver score is. Difficulty, assign whatever it is. Alright, easy enough. Static maneuver, picking locks, disarming traps, doing something. Easy enough. Set difficulty, can we do it? Then we make a roll for it. Attacks, though, are where things get a little bit complicated. So, I want to attack someone. I am within range of you, I am next to you, I'm going to hit you with an attack. I'm going to go bonk, I'm going to hit you. You could do multiple different things to take out shields, draw weapons, or anything like that. You're just modifying your offensive bonus down. Generally speaking, have your weapon drawn, get ready to attack. You will take no penalties. Easy. So, a big thing what you're trying to do is you're trying to parry melee attacks away. That's all you're doing. So, just before, all of this, if they want to attack, how much of their offensive bonus they parry with. Because what's going to happen is, let's say, for example, we've got our boy here. Oh, yeah. I've been here 5 months, apparently. Good cabaretting, exactly. Let's say, again, I got my edge weapon. So I have strength of 0. I have strength of 0, effectively. I look here, 10, 12, I've got about 17. I can say 17 to parrying. I am sacrificing all of my bonuses to hit this round to block your blow by giving you a penalty to your roll. On the other hand, if I am attacking you, I can say nothing to parry. I'm just going to rely on the fact that you can't hit me. And that is pretty bad. He may use all of it, subtract from the melee attack roll of one of his adjacent foes. And if you ever want a really good way of dealing with an enemy, gang up on him and stab him to death. If you have a shield, you can attempt to parry an actual arrow. But you cannot Aragorn that shit and knock an arrow out. You cannot Aragorn that shit and knock an arrow out of the air coming at you. You're not Vigo. Sorry, kings. You are not that cool. So, every time you make an attack, you're consulting a chart. Charts are very big. Fumbles and failures, you're going to roll on the fumble chart. You get a hit, how much damage do you actually do? What are you actually doing? Finally, what criticals are we actually doing? The more severe the critical you get, the better it is. And you can get some criticals that don't do that much. You can get a critical that will instantly kill someone. That's all really bad. Such as, hey, you take damage, you start bleeding to death. You take additional hits, you're stunned, you get a penalty to actions. If you're making a spell, you can do a resistance roll for it. So, I kind of do like a big example of how everything's working. It'll make sense when we hit the actual chart. So, range and reloading. Some weapons, like bows, have range and reloading. Normally, it takes 1 round to reload most weapons. That is you cocking an arrow and doing nothing else, but you get a nice reliable attack next round. You can go down to 0 by quickly knocking an arrow, but you get a penalty to it. If you want to do some Legolas bullshit and quickly knock a bunch of arrows back and forth, you can. You're just taking a penalty to it. Which, probably, Legolas is really fucking good with a bow, so he doesn't have to worry about that penalty as much. But if he really takes a second and aims and loads, if he's really damn good at his job, he can go ving and aim, he shoots, and he's probably going to hit you. So, collecting actions, pretty easy to understand. Miscellaneous factors. Orientation rolls are just, how do we get our shit together? We've fallen down a cliff, get an orientation roll to get ourselves back in order. If we don't do that, we take a penalty to things. So, table, spell list, a lot of different spells. These are all of the different spells. I'm not even going to go over a lot of them. They are spells. They are magic abilities. Some of them are mage laws. Some of them are Spard's only one with magic songs. Some of them are ranger spells, which are less spells. Like some of these you can pretty accurately just ignore the fact that they are spells and just say this is you being smart. That's kind of one of your things you have to kind of think about to do. Channeling, spell defense, nature lore. I'm not saying all of them, but some of them. Now, animals, tooth and claw attacks. Let me see if we can find. All right, so Here's the hands and arms fumble table. Fuck is our... alright, so. I want to make an attack with my scimitar. He is wearing rigid armor. I'm going to make an attack with my scimitar. I go over here. He's only wearing leather, so I get a +5. So I look here. I go one-handed, 5, 17. 17 plus 5, that means it's 22. Let's roll my dice. I rolled a 28. That's not very good. I instead rolled an 88 plus 22, leading to 110. I look at the chart, 110. I got a 12B. I deal 12 damage, inflict a B level crit on that person. Ooh, B level crit. What does that mean? Well, if we go down here, I'm going to look at the primary crit for slashing. Right there. B level crit. Crit roll is modified by -10. I'm going to look at my slash table. I'm going to make a roll here. I rolled a 21 minus 10 to 11, so I would a minor calf wound, and he's going to take one health per round. That's all that happens. If you roll exceedingly well, sever the spine, sever their hand, impale their heart, sever their weapon arm, make their abdominal wound. It's not impossible to get things like, yeah, no, you can get some pretty gnarly results here. But that is effectively how you deal actual damage. The fumble chart, if you fumble things, go up here. Where's the actual? The fumble chart is you're dealing with this. You're dealing with some pretty bad things. If you fumble it, it's Jover. Let's just say that you fumble things, you're not having a good time. Ooh. But yeah, no, it's kind of like a higher fumble, fumble range, unmodified roll less than or equal to the attack fail, then the roll must be made on the fumble table. Generally speaking, if I roll a 1 to 4, I auto fail and everyone makes fun of me and I die. But as you kind of see here, some of them do a lot of different things. Daggers don't do a lot of damage, but you are never going to fumble with them. But you can also just fucking throw it. On the other hand, you get things like the two-handed sword. Pretty easy to fumble with that thing. Counterpoint, you're doing a lot of fucking damage with it. Yeah, that is the basics. That's kind of the most basic ideas of combat. You're swinging, you're attacking, but again, you're not going to die by just bonking one another. You're going to die because you're not bonking one another. It's not, I hit you for 5 damage, I hit you for 5 damage, you hit me for 5. No. It is, I hit you for 2 damage, I hit you for 8 damage, I strike you for 15 and an A-level crit. Like, if I hit you for 15 and an A-level crit, A-level is, actually no, it'd be, let's say it's a D-level crit. D-level crit, roll a fucking 4. Oh wow, a 4. I rolled no extra damage. But like, let's say I roll 30, 40. 40 is still a blow to the forearm. Minor chest wounds, 1 hit per round, -5, minor damage. These gonna be pretty fucking bad. You start hitting like 100, like, you're fucking dead for some of these. And it's entirely possible, because remember, these are all open rolls. Entirely possible you get a little hit off on them. Let's say, for example, like, I score an A-level hit with my scimitar. I score a 86 to 90. I get an A-level hit. I can roll, and there is still a distinct chance I will just endlessly roll high and instantly kill you. Yeah, it's possible. Not likely, but it is possible. And then you get like your big two-handed weapons, which, as you can kind of see already, some of these can go immediately in the big hits, and you are going to fall over. This still happens to you as well. And old spells, spell attacks, like spell attacks can really fuck your day up. And as you kind of see, some of these are fucking horrible. Yeah. Dice of shock and nerve damage in 6 rounds. Frozen lifeless statue. Chest destroys, both lungs cut in half. Blast shatters skull to 1,000 particles. Dies instantly. Fire punch. Fine punch. Like, yeah, no, you can get a little bit ridiculous for it, and that's fine. That's very funny. It is funny. And as you kind of see, a lot of little charts. Again, they call it Chart Master for a reason. And, you know, equipment and price tables, all the accessories, all the little toys that you can play with, all the different animals you can buy, you can get. Of course, we got our treasure table. What treasures are available to us? How much riches are we going to end up going out of here? Even down to things that's like, I want to fight a cat. How do I fight a cat? This is how you fight a fucking cat. Like, yeah, cats aren't too scary. No, they're not too scary. Oh, hey, you want to fight a huge fucking dire wolf that wants to eat your face? Yeah, okay, maybe. One of the few games that let me fight a dolphin. I don't know about you all, but I think fighting a dolphin is appropriate, and fighting a whale for some reason. So, you want to fight a whale? Creature summaries. Yeah, it's very to the point. Yeah, you want to fight a dragon? You want to fight a Balrog? Yeah, here's the Balrog. It does 240 damage. Yeah, maybe don't fight the fucking the Balrog, okay? Maybe ever thought about that? You ever thought about not fighting the Balrog? Maybe we want to fight only a couple Nazgul, you know. Nazgul. Just a few of them. We can take them, right? We can fight 1d8 Nazgul. Yeah, you kind of even see, like, how many, you know, orcs are there? Orcs aren't too tough, all things considering. No, they're not. That's not the point. Record sheet. Various record sheets. Damage record sheets. A lot of little tables. And then they kind of start going into, like, racial descriptions, how the various elves work, how the hobbits work. They go into detail about everything you could possibly need. And then they give you some adventures. They give you some, like, here's what the countryside looks like. Here's where the prancing pony is. Bedroom. Here's some adventure paths. Here's how to make, you know, here's how to get some time. Read this first if you're an inexperienced role player. You've never played a role-playing game before. As you can kind of see here, this is the real simple version. Because they added in this, like, simplified way to play. Like, I want to play a very simple version of the game, and I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, here it is. This is it. This is the super simple version that you can play if you want to learn how to play a multiplayer. Do you want to play a game really fast and easy? You can. All right here. Yeah, here's an adventure path for everything. Yeah, no, it's a full game. Is MERP good? Yes, MERP is good. MERP is old, though. That's one thing you got to remember. MERP is good, MERP is old. And because MERP is old, it does have some quirks to it. However, there's something I need to inform others about. Against the Dark Master has come out relatively recently by Open-Ended Games. Against the Dark Master says that it is that it's an OSR game. They're lying to you. Against the Dark Master is effectively MERP 2. That's the thing with this game. It is effectively MERP 2. If you want to play MERP in the modern day, a lot of things that are more recent, Against the Dark Master is probably your best bet. Everything is already here. You're losing a little bit of the... How do I want to... I think the best way to think about it is Against the Dark Master is MERP for people who've been playing MERP for a while. This is for experienced game, people who play and know how to play these games, know how to do these things. It's not as friendly as MERP is. Because at the end of the day, here's the thing with MERP. At the end of the day, you can show someone MERP and they can probably get it pretty easily. It's roll D100, add up all your modifiers, and get what you want. It's a pretty friendly game, all things considering. However, this brings us to our second game. This is the Lord of the Rings adventure game. If we scroll down here a little bit, by the same company. This was added a couple years later. It was in 91 when this first released. And in 1991, they were like, we need to make a very simple game to get people to learn how to play Middle-earth. We need to play, how do we get people to play Lord of the Rings? And in a very simple way of doing things. Now, you may have heard of this already. Here's the thing. There's a distinct chance you've already heard of Lord of the Rings, the adventure game. But if we go to... If we go to the adventure game, you kind of see here, it's like, oh, so it's like this board game thing. So this is the adventure game, right? No. Nope. Nope. Way back in yesteryear, they published this. It's not a very good name, but you kind of even say 1991. They would later put out things, which is the adventure books. Kind of these like little like solo play games that you can go out and do stuff with. This is not related to these at all. It's just the name. And just one of those little solitaire board game things. But you always got to remember, this is mostly based off of the movies and the books and things like that. It's very convoluted. No one's really talked about the adventure game, but what this was how do we make a simpler game for people who have never played something? Because people don't get MERP. MERP is too complicated for people. How do we make a simpler version of the game? So they made a simple, very simple game, all things considering. To give you an idea, here is Baragorn in the adventure game. Also, if you notice the thing is a little bit weird, this is the actual full character sheet. Just this little cutout here. This is Baragorn. Very simple, very to the point. So, to give you an idea of how short this game actually is, this is the entire game is 32 pages. All the rest of this is adventure paths and adventures that you can do. To the point where they even recommend that you should play the adventure first. The Dawn Comes Early. You should play that first. And in case you're wondering, yes, this is by the same people, effectively. It's same group of people. Same writer, same everything. And what they want you to do, this is the big thing, what they want you to do is they want you to get a pretty safe understanding of what's going on, and then play the Lord of the Rings adventure game to take you across the sequel adventures, but you should also start playing, MERP, the Lord of the Rings adventure game, the Middle-earth role-playing game, and buy all the expansions and buy all this. This was effectively your gateway drug. These are people who have never played a role-playing game before, who don't know what's going on, and we need to introduce them to hobby. This is how you would do it. You would throw this at them. So, let's get into it. One thing that I thought was very funny is normally you would see these little introduction things talking about, like, oh, they're in character doing something. You want what? Barnabas stared in astonishment at Jennifer, who was role-playing the half-elf Rilwyn. I want to climb up the willow tree, conceal myself behind the curtain of its foliage, and hum away an Ent or Heron might. Barney, you know it's perfectly reasonable, and I think it's highly likely a couple of suspicious, black-hearted men might be a little worried about a humming tree. They might think the wood is haunted and run away. Jennifer paused, sipped some ginger ale, and peered at the GM over the rim of the glass. Barnabas sighed. Okay, you could try it. Climb is very easy. You have some low rank, with very low branches, and climbing uses your general skill. So general 5 maneuver. Roll the dice. Almost the entire game's little introduction pieces and how they're actually talking is not in character. It is as the group playing. And that is something that I was like, oh, that's kind of odd. But yeah, this is entirely based on the players playing the game. And a lot of the artwork is people playing the game. It's not necessarily a fantasy elf adventures. No, it's a guy named Barney and a girl named Jennifer playing elf games at college. I find this very endearing. I don't know why, I just do. Oh, I gotta grab some water. I'm dying. Ah. Ugh. All right. So, oh god, people are. So, very basic. Okay, how do we roll the dice? Everything in this game is 2d6. No matter what you do, you're going to be rolling 2d6. Now, 2d6 seems like kind of a large jump from d100, but it works. So, maneuvers and activities. Anytime you want to do anything, you're going to be rolling a 2d6, try to beat a target. Not too exciting. Nothing too extravagant. Most of the time, they even say, consult what the adventure says. But if you need how to do things, that's all you do. That's pretty easy check. Yeah, DN6. Vata. Oh, that seems pretty hard. Make a TN11. Oh, fuck, that sounds awful. You shouldn't do that. TN15. Most things are covered right here. It's very easy and very to the point. And yeah, so it's like, okay, you take any damage, you're going to record your damage. If it matches your endurance, you are fight kind of thing. So here's here's Baragorn. As you can see, Baragorn does not have huge stats literally anywhere. He's got like a +1, a +3 in some places. Like, you're never going to have insane stats in this game. That's not really the point. But as you kind of see damage taken, like if we look at my endurance is 40. If I were to take 41 damage, I would go unconscious. I've taken too much damage. Anytime I reduce, by 1 every 3 hours, or by 1 each hour of resting. Easy enough. You're not recovering health very easily. Same idea. We want to reinforce that idea. Any kind of damage you take is bad, especially if you take you crit damage. You is a little odd because there's still crit charts and there's still charts to get damage. If I take you damage, let's say for example I deal 1d, I take 1d6 damage or whatever, but I take you damage. So I record whatever it is, take you damage. I would do 40 plus whatever the value of the attack is because it would automatically knock me out. There is a good chance you will automatically fucking die if you take unconscious damage. Good, be gone, Frodoge. Tondo, cute. Obviously, Frodoge is still here. We need Urkai Manly, thank you very much. This took surprisingly long, but here we go. We have Urkai Manly and Frodoge as our motley band of heroes. Unfortunately, you cannot actually play orcs in this game. But here's how we create a character, one of our 9 different characters available. You can play a hobbit, an elf scout, human warrior, dwarf warrior, elf warrior, human ranger, half-elf ranger, human bard, or elf bard. Not many different kinds of things to work about. You get 12 stats, and that's pretty much it. This game is real fucking easy. Even things like your defense bonus. Like, your defense is not actually rolled at all. It's just subtracted to whatever their attack is. So if Baragorn were to attack himself, he would be rolling 2d6 at 0. That's all that would happen. Now, you do get a couple different choices. You get +6, you have +6 +1 bonus, I do 6 bonus, that's 6 to 11. Choice is yours. Now, Baragorn assigned it as follows. He kind of spread himself a little bit thin. For some reason, as a ranger, I'm not very good at archery. Don't know why. I think it's because of the technical equipment I was wearing. But also, it's not. It's just a stat bonus. A stat bonus prevents me from being a good archer for some reason. But yeah, here's how I assign my stats. He's pretty good at subterfuge, not great, but he's got good perception. He is not very magical in the slightest, because if you don't put anything in there, you technically have a -2. And you can even get a melee +1, so I got a +2. If I look at all my various weapons and various abilities I have. Nothing too extreme here. But yeah, you do get most things. One of the things, if you get a magical bonus, you can learn spells. This is the big thing. You get a +1 to your magic, you can actually learn how to cast a spell. For all of those 6 initial bonus spell things that you get, you can sub them out for a spell. You learn 2 spells. So instead of instead of having 6 attribute points, you can get 4 attribute points and 4 spells. This is not a great deal, but it is relatively easy to get magic in. And that's fine. The idea is fine. Get all your bonuses, and calculate them all up, and that's really it. Takes about 5 seconds. Yep, here you go. This is how you make a character. It's pretty easy, all things considering. Tondo back. Begone! Oh, God! Oh, jeez! Oh, God! Yahoo! Various equipment. Equipment is, like, very limited. This is all of the equipment in the game. Like, do you have, like, plate armor? Do you have chain armor, leather armor, shield? That doesn't really matter. You can choose 2 weapons. That's the thing. They say, like, well, you can have 2 weapons, but they already kind of hand you everything you need. You don't get this character sheet. You get a character record with all of this already filled out. I willingly chose to have a one-handed sword and a longbow. You don't start with that. That's the important thing. You don't start with that. I chose to have that, you know. But you're like, hey, I want to have some thrown weapons. I want to have some, you know, melee weapons. I want to have some bow and slings and things like that. You do want, if you want to play a magician, you're effectively saying, I want to have good magic score down here. And you want to, with a good magic score, I want to have multiple spells with that. So it's like being a magician means you are really lacking in other fields. Yeah, that's the great compromise. You suck at other things. But most of them are like strength. Yeah. That's really it. I want to cast healing. I can cast healing 4 times. Number of characters, you know, heal 1 damage every 5 minutes instead of 1 point every hour. I want to cast Firebolt, and that's it. This is the entire spell list. Takes 5 seconds to learn. These are our character records. These are all of the options that we can play. If we want to play any of these, this is what we choose. Nothing too extravagant. Generally speaking, the stats aren't insane. Here's what we can do, actually. You know, let's play a game, everyone. Let's play a magic game where we try to break this down. I actually didn't do this. So we're going to use the Hobbit first. So, using our Hobbit Scout. And we're going to say every 5 counts as 1. So our Hobbit Scout has got a -2, +3, -2, +3, -2, +2, +2, +1, -3, and then a +9. What is his stats? Let's see, that is 11. It equals 11. So we get to play a game now. We've got 11 points here. Now we're going to go to Elf Scout, and we're going to type in the same numbers. 0 +2 +2 +2 -1 +1 +1 +1 -2 plus that would be 35. That'd be 7. So we're gonna plug all those numbers in real fast. If that equals 11, we're good. It equals 13. I see, said the blind man. I see. So let's look at a human warrior. Human warrior. If I'm to be, let's see. So that's 1, 2, 6. Human warrior, 2 + 1 + 1 + 2 + -2 plus 10. 15. All right, maybe this isn't the best idea. But yeah, no, if I were to really take some time, and I could probably break down the actual math for this. But yeah, you don't really make your own characters. You make whatever these are, and then you add a name, and you can maybe move some options around. Don't go into this thinking you're going to be creating your cool, completely unique character that is totally yours. You're not. Elvin. 11 total. So, you want to do combat. Easy enough. Cast magic, muse missile, muse melee, run, quick attack, walk, move, maneuver. Don't go into this thinking this is going to be a complicated game, but a lot of these are pretty easy to understand. Most of the time, you're going to be moving at a run. You must roll the dice, and you add your maneuver bonus. So we're going to roll the dice. And what's my maneuver bonus? So let's see. My movement bonus is -1. Let's roll the dice. I got a 6. I rolled the dice. I got a 6. So I can move. I move up to a distance equal to the result multiplied by 6. So I rolled a total of 6. So I can move 60 feet. However, if I fumble, I only move 10. Making a quick attack is you effectively making a charge. You know, plus 10 multiplied by his movement bonus, so you might actually lose things. You might lose speed. You know, you may only, I can only move at 15. Now, round down, moving at a walk. It's, generally speaking, moving at a walk is probably your best bet unless you really need to haul ass. But generally speaking, you probably don't need to. So, everyone decides their actions. Everyone starts fighting. The big thing is you have to say what you want to do. You are dictating what you want to do. I attack the biggest orc. I run away from the orc. I'm doing all of this. And then you go in order. I'm going to cast a spell. You're casting a spell. I'm going to make a missile attack. Missile attack. I'm making a melee attack. I'm making a melee attack and my agility is 2. You're making a melee attack and my agility is 1. Therefore, I go first because I have a 2, you have a 1. Which is pretty useful if I'm attacking you and you want to attack me. But then, you know, whatever your defensive from your melee bonus, and then you roll. So let's say, for example, my melee bonus of +2. I'm striking you with my sword. And let's say you have a defensive bonus, we'll say 2. You know, 2, so I roll at a flat 0. No bonuses. I rolled a 7. I go down to whatever 7 is. I deal 4 damage to you. Ding, 4 damage. You know, I do 4 damage because I got a +1 to my own. I got a +1 weapon with my sword. Pretty good. Pretty fucking alright. Not a lot of damage. But you don't need to do a lot of damage because, again, I got 40 HP, but I get hit 3 times. 40 HP suddenly becomes a lot less than 40 HP. And if they roll better, because the thing is, even with 0, I can roll an 11. That's 8 damage. That's 9 damage. That's a lot. I can roll a 12. I could instantly knock them out. You're baiting for crits. And you're trying to weigh your options a little. And, I can take extra damage. I can. Or I can pull out. I'm going to say, nope, I don't want to be here anymore. Fuck this. Fuck you. Going to take some damage. Or I could just take a shit ton of damage right off the bat, especially if you're using a two-handed weapon. If you're using a two-handed weapon, taking 3 damage, and now 7 damage. 7 damage is a lot when you have 30 HP. You get hit by something a lot bigger and your attack bonus is a lot larger. Suddenly that's 10 damage. Suddenly that's 12 damage. Suddenly that's an auto KO. That's kind of the idea there. It's two-handed weapons sub out raw damage for the ability to inflict the big crits. On the other hand, you're getting more out of it. Even with a -1, that's 3 damage. Effectively minimal. Like, if you deal any amount of damage, you add it, and you just deal a fuck ton of damage. And so, you know, then again, various combat factors, kind of like how do we kind of rearrange the map to make it easy, orientations, various exceptions, and they're like, you can use miniatures if you want. You don't need to, but you can. That's cool. I like giving you miniatures. You like using miniatures. But if you don't want to, look in the back of the book, because there's a full set of paper cutouts for literally everything. And that's really it. They kind of give you an idea of like, okay, here's this, you know, how much experience points do you? You get 150 experience points, you get one of these options, and you get +1 to any skills. Well, you get +2 to skill bonus, or a +1, you know, change any +(-1) to a +1. Choose 2 more spells that cast, roll the dice, increase the endurance by that amount. They even kind of say like, hey, you know, it's like 150 is worth 5,000 MERP XP. which if you get, let's say you get 450 lore experience points, that's a lot of, that's 10,000, that's 20,000 MERP XP. You'd be about a level 3 character, I believe. No, you'd be a level 2 character at that point. Which, again, that's what they want you to do. They want you to take this character that you've made here and then convert it over to MERP. Which is pretty easy to do. And they even kind of say, like, what are you doing? How much EPs do you... Are you doing actions and are you succeeding at them? If you hit someone with a weapon, 1 EP for every damage taken. You deal a shit ton of damage, you're going to get a lot of EP. You're going to get a lot of EP. You're going to level up a lot faster. How do we do action sequences are a little odd the way they explain them. But one thing with this game you have to remember, someone got dinged at the you guys can't hear that, the fire engines just went by. But one thing with here, when I first read about action sequences, I'm like, oh, it's action sequences. This is going to be some weird shit. It's really not. But then I have to remember, this is not an action sequence as like a 4E or whatever. This is, we legitimately think you do not understand how to make a role-playing game. We are going to walk you through how to make a session. What do? Oh, this is an action sequence. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There you go. This is how you make an action sequence. How do you make a scene? Do this, do this, do this, do this. Easy. It's kind of like walking you through how to make sessions, how to make adventures, and how to do things like that, because that's important. And you need to do things like that because that's important to games like this. Yeah, it's like, yep, hey, do you want to take it in there and start fighting, start going on magic adventures. Very simple, very easy, very to the point. And the adventure paths are here. A lot of like, how do we do the different scenes? How do we set everything up here? Here are the sample characters. Tolman, Lily, Green Thumb. Played the 2 Green Thumb, siblings. Rilwin. Going on adventures, what's in the hobbit holes. Yeah, there's full adventure paths in this particular. Because this was a big box set. Hello, Gandalf. Everyone say hi to Gandalf. And, hey, you want to fight I want to fight an enemy. I want to fight a bad man who wants to kill us. So, there. Enemies follow the same logic. That's the thing. Enemies follow the exact same logic. You want to have a better explanation of all the characters? You can play. Yep, here's a bunch of maps. Young dwarfs learning the business. Pretty much they're trying to like introduce you to like all the characters, all the things, but this is we can kind of see here, this is our various characters. Here's Mary, here's Omen, here's Lily, here's all of the various, here's Pippin. So if we're to see if I can round, but yeah, these are all paper miniatures that you can just kind of flip around and make your own, because that's what they want to do. They want you to make your own characters, they want you to make your own abilities. So here's our 2 orcs, for example. So if we look at our 2 orcs, Wilfred and Laurie, these are their stats. They're fucking tough because they're fucking orcs. We don't want to fight a bunch of orcs. Orcs are fucking scary. But if you think about it, orcs are pretty fucking scary to normal people. Bunch of, like, how do we... goblins and things like that. They all have their stats in their various sections. But that is literally the extent of this adventure game. That is everything you need to know. Here's the big map. You got some paper cutouts that you can use. Most of them come with stats. Some of them don't come with stats, depending on your situation. Pretty easy to understand, though. Here's a skeleton, in case you want to fight a skeleton. Yeah, that's all you need to know. Do I like the adventure game? Yeah. Ironically, yes. I think the Lord of the Rings adventure games, the show to Fallen Shadow. The thing is this. I like this game because it's very easy to pick up and play for people who have no idea what they're doing. I've always cited Ryutama is one of the best pick up and play games for people who want to learn how to play a role-playing game. The thing is, I like Ryutama is really good as a good GM introduction tool. How do you GM a game in Ryutama? The game literally holds your fucking hand and says, I'm gonna teach you how to roll. I'm gonna teach you how to be a fucking GM. You need help. You have no idea what you're doing. And the thing with it is that if you treat it as kind of like training wheels, it makes a lot of sense. The Ryutama, the Ryujin is there to give you things that you wouldn't think about if you've never played one of these games or even heard about one of these games really before. Do you know you can just improvise shit? No. It's like, yeah, you can just improv shit, and the game gives you rules for improvising, or it gives you rules for certain things. This game, though, Lord of the Rings adventure game, falls into that really good niche of games for people who don't know role-playing at all. If you want to introduce people to this entire thing, the Lord of the Rings adventure game would be a very good game to introduce people to. It's simple to understand, it's easy to get into, and it's something that you already understand. Most people kind of understand Lord of the Rings already, so they'll be able to kind of hop into it a bit more. It's pretty easy in that regard. It's simple, it's to the point, and you can convert it to something a little bit more complicated if you want. There are other games probably out there that do the same thing. I just like this one. It's nice, it's easy, it's to the point, there's a lot of care that goes into it. Wish there was a little bit more options to make your own character, though. Because, again, there really isn't, because that's not the point of the game, really. If you want to play an elf warrior, this is what you are playing if you want to play an elf warrior. Given time, I could probably, backhack some of these things. Backhacking it and trying to figure out, how does this actually work? Because it doesn't seem too complicated, all things considering. On the other hand, it's how do I find exactly what I want? How do I get exactly what I want? But yeah, that's the Lord of the Rings adventure game. Very easy, very to the point, nothing too exciting there. But now we're gonna get into the weird shit. I want everyone to know, time has advanced 9 years. Well, technically a decade since 1991. We are in 2000, everybody. Welcome to 2000. Welcome to welcome everybody. Welcome to Lord of the Rings, the role-playing game. Otherwise known as Coda. Now, this is Decipher. This is first printing 2002. This book came out 1 year after 9/11, which is a weird thing to say because it is over 20 years old at this point. 22-year-old game. You can join the official Lord of the Rings fan club if you want. LotroFanclub.com. Make sure to visit the America Online keyword Lord of the Rings at lordoftherings.net. An AOL Time Warner company. But what the game we're working with is Decipher, the company we're working with. Now, there are some things odd with this. So, first things first, I'm just going to remember what I was talking about with the movies and the games and all that stuff. This is a movie. They got the rights from New Line Cinema, they got the movie rights. And there is no artwork in this game. Well, there's very few art anyway. And some of the only art you're really going to be seeing. Most of the actual images in this book are stills from the movie. And you're going to see them a little bit of everywhere. Stills and pieces from the movie, and that is how they operate. Little funky, little weird. threw me for a loop first time I saw it. But that is how we're doing things here. Oh yes, I remember playing this one in college. This was a fairly big game. Like, people really liked it, but who's behind it? Now, there's some interesting characters here. You had Stephen S. Long, Christian Moore, Owen Seiler, Ross Isaacs. But the one that caught my eye was Matt fucking Forbick. Matt Forbick was involved in this. Hello, Void. Hello, Void, my old friend. Now, I want people to understand why this is such a weird situation. Matt Forbick he's a comic guy, and he does a lot of games. This is Matt. So everyone say hi, Matt. Probably his latest thing is from the Marvel Multiverse role-playing game. He did a bunch of, comic books. He did a bunch of random ass books. Wrote for a bunch of games like Biomutant and Blood Bowl. Yeah. Bunch of D&D stuff. Rage 2. A bunch of Halo books. Like, Matt Forbick is like a... Matt Forbick is a weird fucking dude. That's the thing you gotta remember. He's a weird fucking dude. Because he's just done a bunch of things. And you're like, what the fuck? So when I saw Matt Forbick saying, like, yeah, Matt Forbick worked on fucking Coda Lord of the Rings, I'm like, alright, fuck it. I'm in, whatever. Like, Biomutant did nothing it claimed it was. Well, it definitely came out, and that's more than you could say for a few things. But yeah, this is by a company called Decipher, by Decipher Games, or Decipher Incorporated. Now, if you go to Decipher.com, one of these days, the new How to Host a Murder. Decipher are Art of Great Games. And you're like, okay, that's a little odd. But this is Decipher Incorporated, founded in 1983 in Virginia. Weird thing is, they actually bought a bunch of things. That was their big thing. Decipher made their big claim making puzzle games. And I see your first project is a contest jigsaw puzzle. A bunch of these little puzzle games and things, and then they did the How to Host a Murder. This is How to Host a Murder. These are effectively box sets of, if you've ever seen one of those, how do I want to word it? Ever seen like those like murder mystery parties or whatever? That's effectively what you would do. You buy one of these boxes, you then hand everyone out stuff, and that's how you do things. We're playing the Wall Street Scandal. Everyone's been handed a different character, and they're supposed to play it up, and we're trying to solve a murder mystery, but someone's also the murderer. Oh no, how do we do stuff? Everyone's supposed to play it up a little bit. That's the entire goal of these things. That's the thing. This is what they were. That is the actual history of this Decipher company. And what the weird thing was right down here. CCGs were doing really well. And hey, why don't we make more media licensed CCGs? And what they did was they made CCGs from Paramount on Star Trek Next Gen on TNG. They bought just a bunch of weird licenses to make card games for, like Star Wars, and sometimes even competing with Magic. Now, yeah, there's expanded market toward younger audience, games like Pokemon. So they made Young Jedi collectible card games, and then they made like Austin Powers collectible card games. But their big thing into it was Last Unicorn collapsing. Last Unicorn Games was a company owned by, it was a company that operated for a while in the 90s before it got bought out by Wizards of the Coast. But the problem was, they got bought out by Wizards of the Coast, and because they got bought out by it, all of their rights got shifted around. And all of those things went away. Now, Last Unicorn Star Trek, go to. This is the Last Unicorn Star Trek RPG. This is an oldie. This is a fairly old game at this point, but they came out with a bunch of different games from Last Unicorn. Not the original role-playing game, the one after that one. What happened was, hey, we already bought all these things. Decipher picked it up and decided to make their very own Star Trek TTRPG. Type in the coda into the Coda RPG era. Star Trek Coda. Kind of the Star Trek role-playing game right here, 2002. Right here, if you want to play it, you can totally play it, everyone. You want to do whatever the fuck you feel like. Nothing's going to stop you. Thing is, that went really well, so they purchased the Lord of the Rings license, and then things went wrong. They went very, very wrong. Kept trying to buy licenses for things. Everything went horribly wrong. They lost all their properties. Everything collapsed effectively. They decided to try to make a new series called Fight Club, or like Rambo, bunch of random ass movies and things. Mostly because in 2009, one of the VPs, pled guilty to embezzling money. Over $1.5 million was embezzled from the company, and that was probably kind of a death knell. Yeah, you kind of see a lot of these. This is what they did. This was their main thing. This was their bread and butter, was card games. Not even good card games. They were weird-ass card games that did pretty well. Don't get me wrong, they did pretty well, but they were not great. So, what happened to Decipher? Decipher has gone. This has been this way since 2017. They are not a real company. Do they exist? Do they exist anymore? Not really. I'm being rated. Fuck. Hi Raiders. My name is Notepad, and I write games for fun. But what are we doing today? Today we're going to be going over various games that we've just went over, two old TTRPGs from Lord of the Rings, and now we are talking about Decipher. We are talking about Decipher, Lord of the Rings, and the Coda system. Because the Coda system is weird. Hello, Kalu Kalay. Let me hit the button. I need to. What do I click? I have to. Let me see. Click everything. Like that. There we go. Got to do everything all nice and official like. But yeah, Decipher has collapsed. Their Decipher Games is gone after multiple issues. But against all odds, we do have Lord of the Rings Coda. And all the people involved here kind of went their own way to do their own things. But here is Lord of the Rings, the role-playing game. Now, I'm going to tell you all a secret here. Lord of the Rings Coda, in general, is a little bit based on 3rd edition. Let's just call a spade here a little bit. It's based a little bit. They reviewed Rosewood Abbey today. Ooh, sounds interesting. Anything fun and exciting in Rosewood Abbey, or... Yeah. Did we learn anything fun and exciting? Let's see. What is? let's feel like I've seen this one. Why do I feel like I've seen this one? I have not seen this one. But yeah. Coda's Coda's third edition. Coda is third edition with a 2d6. Yeah, Coda's a little odd, and we're going to do our best to go through it because it's a unique premise. Goes over what is role playing, how do we get people into role playing, what do we do to play the game. Frodo looking like he's tripping balls. You know, the regular. So, we've played the Lord of the Rings adventure game. This is not Lord of the Rings adventure game we just went over. This is Lord of the Rings adventure game as published by a completely different company. It has the most unfortunate name in the world, I swear. Ooh. It's very hot. It's like 98 degrees outside. About 98 degrees outside, so I've been trying to keep my cool. It's a lot easier said than done. Very neat game. Playing as monastic friars is more fun than one would have thought. Huh. I'll have to look into that myself. But yeah, it's kind of explaining how do we play the game, how do we do things. Here's a shit ton of roles and things you need to understand. Not that complicated. What they're doing is trying to give you a brief rundown on the entirety of Lord of the Rings. Because you have to think about it like this. This is not a game for, I'm a lord, I know all of the... No, this is for people who watch the movies. Specifically, I believe this would be, let's see, this would be... Let's see, what would be the exact movies? This would be... This would be even before... Let me... yeah, this is before Return of the King, by the way. Like, if I'm looking at this right, this is before Return of the King. Yeah, this is right here, first printing 2002. Return of the King has not come out, and possibly The Two Towers has not come out yet. Like, just to give you an idea of, like how little this is actually, come out. Like, this is very early on into the whole thing, so they're really only using stuff from, like, the first movie. Because that's what they have access to more than anything. But yeah, they're trying to, like, here's a brief rundown on the entirety of Lord of the Rings, because you kind of need it. Because if you don't have that, none of this shit makes sense. So, here we are. How do we make a hero? What is the Coda system in general? The Coda system is, as I said, a 2d6 game. You're going to be rolling 2d6 plus whatever your modifier is against a target number. So, as you can kind of see here, here's Baragorn. He's a man of Rohan, obviously, 28, 5'10", 195 pounds. And let's say I want to make a, let's say I want to make a lore check. The lore check on something I know. I roll 2d6 plus 5. I would end up with a total of 13 because I rolled 8. But if I want to make range combat, oh no, I need to strike you with my range con. I need to strike you. I roll a 4. 4 plus 8, I roll a 12. Ding! And I shoot you with my bow. As you can kind of see, there's a couple of these. There's a couple skills to worry about, a couple ideas to think about. That's an understatement of the century, but roll, consume half the food on the table. Rolls Hobbit. Oh no. Sure hope this book doesn't spoil Two Towers for past me. No, before even Two Towers. That's the funniest part. Because we are going in order. Thank you very much. We're going in direct order of release. So, let's get to it. So this is kind of some of our sample characters. Like, oh, we got Melikar. All right, cool. Hi, Melikar. How you doing? Roar. Roar is a dwarf, and he does dwarfy things. Goes dwarfy things. Celibeth. Elf. Brokatuk. Brokatuk here looks like he is tripping on something. And a fucking wizard, Belengal. Now, Belengal is what I like to call a Mary Sue character because, of course, noble-hearted and valiant as any warrior, he has studied with both Gandalf and Radagast, and he hopes one day to become a wizard after showing how he can cast his spells and skills to fight the shadow. Yeah, there's a lot of wizards. More wizards. This guy, of course, studied with, like, don't worry. So I, of course, studied with, you know, Radagast and Gandalf. Of course I did. I'm the hero. Wizards are supposed to be angel. There are apparently people who can use magic, but they are very rare. That's the thing. They're very rare people. For people to be able to use magic, that is very uncommon. And even there, they are not actually very, I can't even see, like, these aren't exactly huge spells people are flinging around. But anytime you need to do it, you should be doing like a real hero and rolling 2d6 9 times, dropping the lowest 3. Baragorn rolled kind of dog shit. Well, not dog shit. He rolled pretty well, all things considering. The thing is, Baragorn did his best. He's not very bearing. He's pretty nimble. He got good perception, good strength, good vitality, and decent wits. He got a lot of those things as bonuses later on. But if all of this is feeling very familiar and very deja vu, yeah, don't worry, that's on purpose. This is, again, very much based on 3rd edition. Not 3.5, 3rd edition. Coda does not exist without that, because that's what Decipher was doing at the time. And that's what a lot of people were doing. But this was even before the OGL and a lot of things like that were out. Give you an idea, Ironside, they are literally background. There are sorcerers in Heredim. There are people over there that we do not see who can do magic shit, or like necromancers. They are very uncommon to the point where they don't even get, like, they're not even important. Ugh. That's kind of the weird thing is, like, there is a lot of wizards, and there's, like, a lot of characters who can cast magic, except if you play the last one we're going to be going over, the One Ring 2nd Edition. The One Ring 2nd Edition has none of that shit. No wizards. If you want to get a magic spell, bad shit happens. But yeah, you know, bow skill depends on the nimbleness. Nimbleness is, Dex Kings, right? Dex Kings rise up. Because nimbleness governs your ability to actually hit people with pretty much any attack. Not your strength is a bonus to your damage and things like that. However, you're always going to be doing, you know, get ready for that nimbleness. Nimbleness carries your ass in this game, by the way. So if you want to be I don't even see here. If you want to be a good fighter, you have high nimbleness, strength, vitality. You want to be a good, I want to be a good wizard. I want to be a wizard when I grow up. You want to get nimbleness and wits and bearing, maybe. I want to be a cunning rogue. You're taking nimbleness, perception. Everyone should get nimbleness. If you have a negative nimbleness, just reroll the character. It's very difficult to get any negatives in this game, though. It's very hard. Bearing, to kind of give a rough understanding of things, bearing is your charisma. I like the idea of bearing more than I do charisma. It's just your ability to like present yourself. Nimbleness obviously is the do fucking everything option, which does everything like accuracy, initiative. Perception is just being able to see well, which perception is never bad to have in any game. Strength, obviously, strength, lifting, carrying. Technically, you can lift the number of pounds equals your strength times 10. I can effectively lift 100 pounds and carry 200 pounds. Just fucking deadlift that shit. Vitality is our ability to resist damage. Vitality is pretty useful because it prevents you from dying. Wits is more like your intelligence stat. It's like Wits governs a lot of skills, but Wits does not directly contribute to like special mechanics or anything, unless you're a wizard. Yeah, these are your attribute modifiers. That's why I say it's like next to impossible to get like a really low amount, unless you are really unlucky. But most often you're going to end up in this range right about here, about a +1. If you get lucky, you can knock yourself up to a +2. Very rarely will you hit a +3. But again, deja vu, I've seen this before. Reactions are your saves. They call them reactions, they're your saves. It's your fort, it's your dex, it's fort, dex, will, and wisdom is like a magic save. That's the best way to think about a wisdom save. It's a magic save. Who's pinging me? Who's pinging me, and why are you pinging me this way? Mm. Well, it's a sorcerer, but you know, yeah, it's one of those things like, well, the Witch King of Angmar was a sorcerer. Counterpoint, that was the Witch King of Angmar. Like, there's a lot of little exception clauses. It's like, yeah, there are wizards. They're just all extremely powerful elves or other mystical beings. They do cast magic, though. There are wizards. And like, and I guess that kind of adds into a unique premise of you are exceptional characters. You are exceptional characters on an exceptional journey, doing exceptional things. So is it that bad to have an exceptionally rare character on your ranks? Not especially. It's not like this, like, oh, this is no one, this will never happen. No, it's like, all right, that's fine enough. Like, all right, I can accept that. It's just very odd of how forward a lot of the magic is in these games. But yeah, this is pretty easy to understand. I want to dodge something, you're making a swiftness reaction. I want to resist the Saruman's tortures, willpower or stamina. Wisdom is useful because it is quite literally fuck magic. Fuck your bullshit. A lot of different spells. Defense, always useful to have. Health is odd because it's ranked out of this. So let's say for example, I take 20 damage. I'm in injured state now. I have a -3 to everything. Technically, Baragorn has 60 HP. But if he takes 20 HP, he's not doing too hot. You take anything after Dazed, pretty much that first 2, things are getting a lot worse because a -3 is pretty fucking bad in this system. -1 you can make work. Harder, but not impossible. -3, -5, like, you hit wounded, when you hit wounded, you should be trying to leave the fight. You should be staggering away or praying you're near victory. Because if you're not, it will go poorly. Yeah, that's qualities of hero, how to be a good hero effectively. Days, medium creatures. Hobbits are weird because they only have 4 levels of character. They only have 4 health levels. They effectively only get they don't get this last one. 1, 2, but they don't get near death effectively. They only get up to these 4. I don't know why. It's a little weird. I'm like, all right, okay. Any reason why? No. Okay. Like, so yeah. It's there's probably a good reason, like they didn't want hobbits to be like as strong as a dwarf or whatever, but I'm like, that's kind of a weird situation, but all right, I'm in. Uh but yeah, you kind of see here. Now, wariness levels, you're going to get wary if you do things. If things happen, you start taking wariness. What this usually means that if some things are going to eat away at you a little bit more, other times you're going to have to make a stamina check and actually take stamina damage effectively, and you're going to go progress down this time, and you'll take the same penalties. Being fucking tired is bad. Being wary is really bad. Like, because the worst situation you can be in, the absolute worst situation you can be in is like injured and wary. You have like a -7. You're fucked. Like, you are just leave. Let's leave the situation. You are not having a good time. Courage is a meta currency. Yeah, courage is a meta currency. Most people begin with 3, men start with 4. Anytime you can burn courage, you can spend it to do things. +3 to your result. You might spend courage to do something. Oh no, that's a fucking Nazgul. I don't want to fight that. You have to spend courage to even attempt to attack him. Like, I don't want to fight a fucking Nazgul. Fuck that, man. I am not paid enough. On the other hand, you get courage back by being courageous. Generally speaking, you're like, I'm going to use some courage to draw off a horde to make sure that people are safe. I want to get courage back. I am going to use courage and stand before the Nazgul threatening our friends. I'm going to fight him to a standstill or do my best there. You might get your courage back very quickly, possibly even instantly refunding it if you are being brave enough. And like, if you are doing something sua-fucking-sidal, for good reason, you know, if you're trying to fucking Boromir max or whatever, then you get your courage back pretty easily. If you use courage to be a dick, it says don't give it back till the end of the session. Like, you really should not do that until, like, if you are being a bad person. Don't be like, don't be a dick with courage, because courage is good. You're a good person, so be a good person. Now, renown is kind of like your ability to be well known, and you might have like, oh, I might have 10 renown. If I have 10 renown, people are going to know me in the area. I have 50 renown. I'm going to show up literally fucking anywhere, and they're going to be like, oh, it's you. You know, the literal hero of all time. You are the greatest person ever. G. Willikers, I wonder who you can be. Even people who shouldn't know you, because you're that famous. However, you know, do people know me in Hobbiton? Yeah, people know me in Hobbiton. I am good friends with people of Hobbiton. I have 10 renown. +1, a person says, oh, let me see, do I know you? I rolled a 10. Of course I know you. You are, you know, you're Bilbo's friend, or whatever. On the other hand, you can be like recognition test for other people. Most people are going to know who the fuck Elrond is. Most elves are going to be like, ah, it's Elrond. You know, Elrond. A little bit, he's a little famous. However, a random dude from Hobbiton probably doesn't know who the fuck Elrond is because he's a guy from fucking Hobbiton. Like, he might know he's famous. He might know that he is a famous elf. But he may not know much else. And that's perfectly reasonable. Not everyone knows who Elrond is. Because why would they know who Elrond is if you live in the fucking... If you live in the fucking middle of nowhere, you're not going to know who a famous elf is because you're not a fucking famous elf. So, size, effectively how big you are. Not too difficult to understand. How do you roleplay? Here's the two characters. It's a little bit weird. So, a couple of races to worry about. Most races have a few different abilities. They kind of go over all of them. This is a dwarf, obvious. So, kind of look over here. Native language and lore. Multiple wits by 3. Skills, language, lores, all of that shit. A lot of stuff here. I kind of forgot about doing it, so I kind of just did it real fast. This is effectively your, like, the great correction in a way. And that's kind of a weird way of wording it, but, like, it's a correction. Where it's like, you need a lore, and you need lore and languages, but we don't want to just give you, like, 10 points and whatever that is. So here's a bunch of things to be able to speak all of these things. You have wits of 8. You have 40 fucking points to invest in a bunch of different lore and languages, because of course you would have that, because you are a smart person. Well, they've probably known at least the homely home. That's kind of the idea, like, you know about these things because you are a regular human being. But yeah, as you kind of see here, dwarves, you know, kind of the dwarves of renown, Gimli, son of Gloin. These are all the background packages. You don't need to take a background package. That's important. You don't need to take a background package. But if you do, you effectively don't really need to worry about all of these things. No, you don't need to worry too much about all, like, the various skills you need, the very basics here. Just choose one of these. I went with that for men for Rohan. That was the thing. That is the choice that I made. Generally, I would recommend choosing one of these if you want to do something like that. If only to make things easier for everyone involved. Of course, the elves, they kind of break the elves down into various... Here. They break the elves down, but not too much. As you can kind of see here, it's... Yeah, you can have the various different kinds of elves. On the other hand, yeah, they're skill packages. It's the Grey Havens, it's Lorien, Mirkwood, Rivendell, you know, Wandering Companies, Doldo. There are Ents, technically. You can't play as an Ent, but they are there. All of the elves get their own little advantages and their own thing that you're going to have to sit down and write in somewhere on this fucking character sheet. No idea where you're going to put it there, but you're going to put it there somewhere. As you kind of even see, like, up here, like, they do not give you a lot of room on this character sheet. This is the official character sheet, by the way. Of course, all the different kinds of hobbits. All the different kinds of hobbits, everyone. A hobbit. Don't you want to be from the stores or Harfoot or any of these other things? Look, you could be a foot guy. Don't you want to be a hobbit foot guy? You know, one of those weirdos. How do we... I want to be a Baggin. I want to be a Harfoot, a Proudfoot. I want to be a Duck. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo, hee-hee, hee-hoo. And then men. What's the secret of men? You get the middle people. Effectively, do you want to be Aragorn? You choose Dunedain. You want to be from anywhere else? The middle people. Want to be from Herat? You know, the Easterlings or the Heradim, you choose the Men of Darkness. Where the Men of Darkness are actually dumber than everyone else. I don't know why. They're like one of the very few races that happens to that don't get even out. But, yes. Sorry, everyone. Uh, Technically, the Wild Men get a bunch of bonuses, you know, because they get +3 instead of +2. But then you get a few different things. You know, you're a writer of Rohan, you kind of see there. I didn't choose the package fully. I just chose, I added these in and took 2 quirks, effectively. They're referred to as edges. Effectively, these are your, in another world, we would call these feats. That is what they are at the end of the day. They're feats, but how feats should feel like. Instead of like a weird, like, ivory tower thing, these are feats that just give you bonuses because who you are. I see, what do they do? What do they like? The big thing they get is they get +2 to what they get +2 to stamina, swiftness, or willpower. They get a +1 to their courage, and they get to add additional ranks to skills. That's it. That's their only advantage. And that's also why you should probably play a human. If you want to start Coda, you play a human. They're the easiest to understand. Play as Vigo Morsi. Are there supermarket and gas station hobbits? Well, there's a little bit of a bunch of folks brainstorm humans to not be the generic race. Earth is actually a death planet. We end up way stronger, beefier, fightier than the vast majority of aliens. What are your thoughts on this? Or writing humans not being the central generic race? I think the problem, because here's the thing, when it comes to like, well, I don't think humans should be the central generic race. Yeah, the problem is this. This is the most fundamental, core issue. You, most everyone in this chat, I assume, is a human being. We're human. It's a good baseline for everything else. And that's been a lot of different things for most of writing. When you make a fantasy race, like a dwarf or something, like a dwarf even in Lord of the Rings, for example. What is a dwarf? Well, dwarves are hardier than humans, they are stronger than humans, they are shorter than humans, and they're greedier than humans. That's their major flaw. They're very greedy. You know, they want things. And that dragon madness, corrupts them a lot easier. That's just something they have to deal with. That's just something they are a baseline from human. Because we are human, we understand that. And I've seen games attempt to do the, oh, well, humans are special and things like that. And the problem is, what usually happens is that each race is then contrasted against humanity in a different way, and they still become the generic race. They become the generic race as everyone else sucks at combat compared to humans. Everyone else is just physically weaker. Even the goat cyclops thing from Arun has arms and legs like a human. But you get the idea, like, everything becomes a baseline derivative from... Like, everyone is, like, you are a baseline human, and everyone, you either have to match up to regular people, to the more fantastical, or things have to go down to your level. That's kind of that's just the unfortunate reality of, like, just writing in general, because... I lend you a challenge. Find a really exotic, weird-ass fucking race that is written to be weird and written to be funky. Doesn't matter if it's a book, doesn't matter if it's a movie, let's find anything. And it's really difficult for people to actually connect with them. That's actually a thing. It's very difficult for people to connect with them. Because they're not human. They think very differently. They act very differently. They are like, oh, that's not quite right. That's why even like fantasy stories with just humans, you can always find a parallel to like a culture that already exists or something, because that's easy. Even like, oh, well, oh, Conan's from a completely different world of savageness, and but it's like it's pretty easy to explain what Conan is. He's a barbarian. He's a savage man, and all these things. You're like, yeah, all right. You mentally clicks into your head, like, yeah, okay, it's savage. He does all these, or it's like, oh, I wonder what Orlais is from Dragon Age. I wonder what Orlais is. Why do they all speak in French accent and all have to deal with all this bullshit? I wonder what they could be based off of. It's just, that's just the nature of the beast. Hell, even people love to say George R. R. Martin's so good at doing this. He's not. Every single region in Westeros has a single hat, and that hat defines their entire culture. The Reach is France. The Stormlands is like Germany, but worse somehow. Dorne is effectively the Middle East. It's the Middle East, but also the Balkans. The Crownlands, let's see, no, it would be the Westerlands. The Westerlands are weird because they don't have a really good parallel outside of just being rich. That's their one gimmick. They're rich. They have money. The Vale is Mountain Place. The North is Savage North Viking men. And the Iron Islands are just Viking men. That is their one gimmick. They have one gimmick between all of them. They aren't allowed to have anything more. But yeah, that's kind of the problem with humans in general. But now we get to orders. What is an order? Order is a class. They like to call them something different. They are a class. Now, the classes aren't as grandiose as you would think. Mostly because they have barbarians. Yeah, barbarians are in here. Alright. For some reason, Boromir shows up when describing barbarians. Hi, Boromir. Barbarians are strong, hitty people. That's their job. They swing in there and they beat the shit out of the problem. And here's the packages. You want to play a Southron Nomad, a Losan Tribesman, Mountain Folk, or any of these abilities. You do this, but you can also just pick up a bunch, skills. Now, what you should do is get these, and then you choose some abilities. You pick one ability that you get. I'm a champion. I get all of these abilities. I can do marking signs. I have a preferred weapon. Cool. That's pretty much it. Classes are pretty basic, but you can take multiple classes. That's the big thing. You can take multiple classes. They're more of a guideline. Craftsman. All right, you can play a craftsman. You can just play a gardener if you want. Why would you ever play a gardener? Don't know, but you can. A lore master. You want to play Bilbo? You can play Bilbo. This is more of like your thinky class with a bunch of abilities and skills to make sure that this is your skill monkey class. Let's call it spade a spade. Magic. You do magic bullshit. You're a wizard's apprentice. You're a secret art. You're a traveling magician. A tribal magician. Oh, look at me, everyone. It's me, Gandalf. It's Gandalf, Max. Gandalf. Yeah, like, you could choose any ability you want. You choose spellcasting first. You don't get an option. You pick spell casting. Most of your abilities are like, they're trying to make you out to be Gandalf, but then you get weird ones like Mariner. Why is Mariner a class? I don't know. But yeah, you want to play a Mariner, you can. For some reason. We got minstrels, obviously. We got nobles. Rogues. And warriors. Now, obviously, I chose to go with a warrior because you could not play a ranger right off the bat. I'm like, okay. Initially, I thought about going with horsemen, But I said, no, I'm going to go with Bowman. So I went with Bowman instead. Went with Bowman, I picked up all my abilities, and then I picked up, I believe I picked up evasion. Yes, evasion. Because I get to roll 3d6 instead of 2d6 for any time I'm trying to do a dodge check for swiftness. So I get to have a shit ton of bonuses to avoiding it. Now, the thing is with an elite order, you're going to get advancement. The thing is, once you get an advancement, you're going to get, once you build up 5 of them, instead of cashing them in for a big bonus, you can cash them in for an elite order. These are your big ones, like being an archer. Yeah, like an archer, but that's not just an archer. You're going to be playing a real archer, a Legolas archer. You can play a captain, because you want to LARP as Boromir. You can play a knight, for some reason. I want to be a ranger when I grow up, and rangers don't get really anything. Yeah, this is their abilities. They get a couple, armed combat, survival, stealth, track. I can choose one of these abilities. I can get the ability to get retreat or protector and walk without trace. I was like, oh. The star is full of XPs, and it was built for 30 years. They have Xenastes' Knightly Kingdom. They are not evil. Pirates of Middle-earth sounds like a great game. Yeah, you could just play as a bunch of pirates for some reason. You're like, alright. Alright, cool. But yeah, no, there's a couple of them that are a little bit weird. Even down to the fact that you can become a wizard. Yeah, yeah, so let's see. Yeah, the ability to cast spells, they must do all of these things. Yeah, this is, I want to play, like, I want to play Saruman. I want to play Gandalf in this game. Like, no, you're not going to play fucking Gandalf. I don't know why, like, you want to be Gandalf, but you can be Gandalf for some reason. And then you get a handful of free picks to do whatever you want with them. I went with increasing a bunch of my skills because I thought that would be a lot more valuable than anything else. I increased a bunch of my skills up, increased some of my attributes up, and I became a regular human being. This is who I was. This is who I am. These are my skills. I am a very normal character. And I double checked too, just to make sure that I'm like, am I weird? Am I fucked up? No. One of the weird pet things though, and this is something I actually had to, I don't think I actually, yeah, I made a note down here. Anytime you learn a skill in Coda, this is important. Any skill you get in Coda is you have to choose a specialty. Yes, and that's the thing. Any skill you choose, if you have any training in it, you must choose a specialty for it. And if you get a specialty for it, and if you ever have it, you add a +2 bonus. That's all you get. So, as you can kind of see, I can make an armed combat check at a +8 with any weapon, any melee weapon. But if I use blades, I make it a 10. I can use range combat with anything. I can throw knives, I can shoot crossbows, doesn't matter. I get my +8. But I get a +10 if I use my bow. This is one of those things where you're like, okay, that's definitely an option, but alright, that's odd, but okay, fuck it, I'm in. I kind of see if I kind of like wrote all the easy as possible. Some of them are a lot more immediate than others. And it's not like these are a bonus thing. No. These are just what they are. It's a specialty. That's all that it is. If it's a specialty group, you don't get the bonus, though. That's the thing. You don't get it to everything else. Because I have language 5 does not mean I speak language 5 and Westron at 7. No. That means I speak Westron at 7 and everything else is 0. But I did choose up Dwarven and I know Rohan lore. It's a skill group. It covers a lot of different. And, you know, test category is pretty easy to understand. But at the end of the day, anytime you need to do something, you roll 2d6 plus all your modifiers. That's it. All you have. If you have an affinity with something, effectively, if you say, for example, I want to sneak through the woods, but I have like a forestry skill, or I'm really good at learning about something, like this is my area, you can roll it and get a bonus out of it too. Like, hey, you're already super skilled in this, so you get a bonus. That's all affinity system is. Not terribly complicated. But yeah, there is a degree of success system. It's not really a degree of success system. Just it's not really a degree of success system. Just know that. It's pretty much, do you roll above the target number enough, you get bonuses. Like, yay. But yeah, some of them are pretty easy. Most of these are pretty easy to understand. Nothing is too out of play. Nothing is really too out of play skill-wise. All of them do make sense. If you show someone what does the game skill do, you're like, yeah, alright, I know what the game skill does. Do I know what healing does? Yes, I know what healing does. Do I know what... Yeah, most of these are pretty easy to understand. Some of them are a little bit more like, yep, this is 3rd edition, alright, with the jump skill, or like the Ledgerman skill. Like, you don't need all these skills, and there's gonna hit a point where players and GM is gonna look at all these skills and they're like, we're never going to use Seacraft. The GM is going to approach you and say, we are never going to use Seacraft. Do not take Seacraft. And you're like, cool. And then the guy who's playing a Mariner cries, being like, we are never going to use this. Do not take it. Okay. That's just something that you have to accept. And that's what happens to any of these games with a billion skills in them. Well, I have all these billions of skills and I've invested in all of them. The GM will use about 5. You have to be... The GM will use very few of them. You have to be very active of using them. I'm the one actively going out of my way to use the Teamster skill. I'm the one going out of my way to use the Intimidate skill, kind of thing. You get what I mean. And that's what happens with any huge skill list. And embrace that. Bad DM. River travel was very common in Middle-earth. But you get the idea. Like, some people, I'm like, I don't want to check the... Yeah, it's a fucking river. You guys can go down the boat. Do you have a Seacraft a 4 to a 2? You're like, yeah, you're fine. It's not like it. It's the one thing. This is, again, a holdover from 3rd edition. People are going to look at some of these skills and be like, this is not anything I need. Why do I have a swim skill? I don't need a swim skill. Like, we are in the middle of doing something else entirely. Like, it's common. I'm not gonna lie. That's just the nature of the beast. But a lot of different skills, a lot of different abilities, a lot of different things. Most of them make sense. So these are the edges. Edges are effectively feats. They're feats. They're special abilities. Most of you give you something. Now, my feats, my edges, are these. I can draw weapons as a free action. I get +5 for any physical courage instead of my normal +3. I get +2 to find any lies, and +3 to my initiative, and +3 when I am shooting my bow. Yeah, that's just an option. If you want to play a ranger, just tick accurate. There is no fucking reason you shouldn't, because with that, I effectively have a +11, right off the bat. One of the most common things I was seeing about the Coda system is Coda will fuck you up if you don't know what you're doing, but if you know what you're doing, you will break this game over your knee without any struggle. there's a very thin line of your character sucks, make a new one, versus your character is now amazing and you can hit everything, because they just don't assume you would do that. Is it a little bit of ivory towering? Maybe. Is it a little bit of that? Maybe. Some of these you can improve, others of them you can't actually. Quick draw. Most of these are pretty simple to understand. Resolute. It's for every kind of one that gives you something like really like, oh cool, this is super neat, or oh cool, man, this is nuts. You get one that's like, you get a +4 to resist wariness in battle. You get a +3 to initiative. You get +3 to all of your combat skills. You're like, oh, okay. That's kind of the idea. Especially if you get things like weapon mastery, where it's like, I'm a weapon master. You can get this at level 1. There's no level restriction. Getting armed combat +4 is not difficult by any stretch of the imagination. And it's like, okay, I see. But yeah, various flaws. Flaws, you can pick up a flaw to get an edge for free. One of my things is, as Baragorn, I end up with Proud. With Proud, I have to spend courage to not react on my pride. This is a problem. I have a lot of pride. I'm going to act rashly. I'm going to get into fights with people a lot more easily. Some of these are also pretty easy to get around. Others of them are fucking horrifying. And then some, you can pick Dullard. If you pick Dullard, you just don't spend courage on lore skill checks, and you get a free thing. Yeah, it's one of those games where you can kind of see like, oh, I see, this is the optimal route. If I just am stupid as fuck, it's still only pretty good, and I can get all these bonuses. And you're like, oh. And it's like, oh wow, instead of a +6, I get a +4 for 2 courage. And like, that's not a huge thing to worry about. No, others of them are like, never choose this because you will die. You're going to die if you use that. How to use magic, how to summon things. I'm kind of zooming through magic here because magic is not terribly complicated. The thing with magic is you are trying to build up as much of a bonus as you can to cast any kind of spell you have access to. Most of them are not good spells. Most of the time, you're going to be doing spells that are breaking you down. One of the hardest parts is that you're reducing your wariness down. The more spells you cast, the more tired you get. The tired you get, the less effective you are. So you always want to get as much bonuses as possible and to not die. But like, here's some of the skills. Here's some of your abilities and spells. You want to cast. Where's a good one? I want to do Break Binding. With the spell, the caster can spell effects of single casting of Holding or Spell Binding. The caster is able to cast Holding spell or Spell Binding. To prevent any traveling which can stop him, the 2 spellcasters must engage in opposed willpower attack. But you get like, it takes 2 rounds to cast and a wariness to 8. What this means is you need to make a check versus wariness. You check, succeed, do you not? If you don't, mark your wariness. Mark your wariness, and you are now down to -1, -2, and it only gets harder from there. No spell slots, no... there's no spell slots. There's no spell levels or magic power or anything. You are just burning the number of spell picks you have, which is never a lot, and to do more shit. Yeah, no, these are pretty... It's magic. Now, this does lead to heroic items and enchanted items, which I'm a little bit more favorable on there being just a lot more enchanted items, which, unironically, I think this should have gone the Rune Masters route. Because in Rune Master, Rune Masters is a very unique game. There's no wizards in Rune Masters. You cannot play a wizard. If you want to play a wizard, you find shit. You find magic items and you cast spells from your magic items, and then you recharge them over time. So all a wizard is just an explorer who's found a lot of weird shit that he uses against people. I think that would fit this a little bit better. And being like, yeah, you've found someone to teach you magic. And it sucks, and it's hard, and you're Faramir. And everyone laughs at you because you're Faramir. But it's it's your dwarf door. Magical toy. It's elf food. It's lembas bread, everybody. Delicious lembas bread. Oh boy. It's elf rope. Oh everyone, it's an elf cloak. Oh everybody, it's elf gear. Oh, have no fear. I want to have sting. I want to have a bane weapon. I want to have the Duradan blades. I want to have elf drop. Oh my, it's a Morgul knife. Oh no. Oh no, I want to do that. And one of the other weird things is you can actually... Here's the thing. They've actually statted out the One Ring that you can wear the One Ring. You can. And if you're fucking evil, you can use it to do terrible shit. And there are other rings. The thing is that there are other rings. However, let's see, it's Dwarven nature imposes special powers limitations upon the seventh. Dwarves are impervious to ring life-extending properties, then making the wearer susceptible to control the wearer of the one. They harden their heart and mind even further to domination, granting +4 domination. However, requires a grasping light, already doubled the effect. Yeah, no, it's you can get a lot of different advantages by wearing the horrible One Ring. However, if you're using one of the 9 rings, yeah, if you can, of all the rings of power, the 9 were most like the One Ring and their wearers. Men more susceptible to sorrow and control others. Sauron seized the 9. He gave them the mightiest men who served him. 3 of the great lords in Numenera, and 6 of the lords among the Easterlings and Haradrim. Those who held the 9 became powerful kings and sorcerers, masters of all they surveyed, and wealthy beyond dreams of avarice. They could walk among their people invisibly, see what others could not see, and quickly fell utterly under Sauron's sway. They became ring wraiths, the most terrible servants. Sauron took back himself the rings in any event they needed no longer. Presumably, they perished with the destruction of the one in Barad-dûr. Yeah, to give you an idea, if you wear one of the fucking, 3 rings of the elves, you get a bunch of things. You get a bunch of other bonuses. This is the only game to cover, these are one of the only games that actually cover the other rings. But yeah, you can wear one of the rings forged by Celebrimbor to do things. If you want to, you can be an asshole. You can get other lesser rings. Why would they stat these out? Because they want to stat them out. That's the secret. You stat out the One Ring because guess what? This is Lord of the Rings, and of course you're going to do that. And The thing is, if you want to make a really terrible, terrible thing, you could literally just give them a botched version. Like, here, you get a shitty dwarf ring. No one knows where the dwarf rings are. I don't think the dwarf rings are even under. Let's see. Oh, let's play a game. I want to Google something. Because again, Lord of the Rings, dwarf rings. Rings of Power. The Rings of Power. I believe it would be the 7 to the dwarf. 7 to the dwarf lords. Durin the Third, by Celebrimbor. Made by son, passed away from father to son. Yeah, shortly before the outbreak of the war, stars envoy Dale and Second Upland, Lonely Mountain often returned 3 surviving rings to the dwarves. Dane the Second Ironfoot. Mightiest of the 7. The Ring of Thor. Yeah, no, it's led to the destruction of Dale, expulsing the dwarves from Erebor by treasure craving Smog. Yeah, the 4 rings have been consumed by Dragonfire, and the rest reacquired by Sauron. Yeah, no, in theory, here's the thing. In theory, you could just say you have found one of the, you have found one of this fancy dwarf rings. What does the fancy dwarf rings do? The fancy dwarf rings let you do shit. You found one of those. That's what you have now. Why? Because of course this is Lord of the Rings. Money is yet again 1 gold piece equals 1 gold pet. Yeah, we have changed the amount of money yet again. It is no longer 10. Minas Tirith is where you actually get things. You want to buy anything in the Shire or Bree, get ready to pay out your ass. You are going to be paying more money than God. Yeah, these are a lot of the weapons, a lot of damage you kind of see are at strength modifier to armed combat. Yeah, these would be a lot of our different kinds of weapons. I went for the longsword, obviously, because of course I did. Technically, I should be doing 2d6 plus 1 damage, plus 2 plus 7 damage. But I attack you, I deal 2d6 damage plus 7. I deal a lot of fucking damage to you. And that is pretty good, pretty reliable. I can do a shit ton of damage. I can really damage people fast. I just went with a long hand bow. Of course, this one with a long hand, with a long bow, plus 30, with the distance there. I pull my bow back and I shoot and I go bang, 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 and then you fall over dead and I laugh at you. But most of these are pretty simple. Armor is also pretty simple. Most of it is damage absorption. It's not AC, it's not anything like that. It eats damage. It's DR. Now, you kind of see it's like, I want to wear chainmail. Take 5 damage. Hey, I want to take scale mail. I am just taking good old-fashioned, I'm taking good old-fashioned leather armor. I only reduce damage by 2. Not a lot, but it'll keep me alive. That's all I need to do. I get only a +1 parry bonus. Nothing too extreme. Buy a bunch of random shit as usual. And they kind of talk about the idea of, like, just playing the game. This is the section of play the fucking game. What actions are available, what actions aren't around, full actions that you can do. Like, I want to make an inspiring speech. I can do that. But then we get to combat. Welcome to the actual meat of the game, combat. Oof. Anytime you do anything, you have to do a full round action. Most time, you get 1 full round action. You have 3 actions and normal ones. However, you can perform additional actions, but you get a fucking crippling -5. A -5 on a 2d6 is fucking bad. Unless you are already heavily skilled in something, you should never really take a second action unless you really need to. Or you're doing a free action kind of thing. You're like moving or something. make them like, I want to attack and kill an enemy, and then I walk away. Like, hey, is it 2 actions? What the fuck are you on about? Only 1. No, I guess 2 actions. I guess it's 2 actions because they keep saying things very oddly in different places, but it's 2 actions instead of 1 action. Ignore everything I say. I am very hot and very uncomfortable. Doing this for 3.5 hours. What do you want from me, people? But yeah, target numbers. Most of the time, you're going to be fighting against their. You're going to be rolling against their defense. Most of the time, their defense is not very high. Pretty easy to hit people and get hit. You want to do a lot of things in your power to avoid damage. Because shit sucks. Getting hit by literally anything fucking hurts. Like, that's kind of the big thing with this game, is like, even a couple hits are going to kind of fuck your day up a little. Kind of zooming through this because, yeah, it's literally just, hey, make an attack. Hey, make an attack. Hey, like that's literally what it boils down to. You know, like initiative. Initiative is a swiftness check. You make a surprise, make an action combat action. Easy enough. So, I want to attack you with my weapon. I want to stab forward and stab you in the face. Cool. Easy enough to understand. I make my check, I roll, and I'm going to beat you. Cool. Easy enough to understand. However, what you want to do is not just do that. You're combining it with other actions. I'm aiming for a bonus to hit. I'm using an armed attack. I'm using a special attack. I'm using a defensive attack. I am doing everything in my power to say to you get bonuses or hit you harder. You kind of even see there's a lot of little bonuses. Now, the big one is dodge. Character may dodge to avoid injury. Costs 1 action. You must clear dodge action prior to the attack. This is why I say, like, kind of what I said, like, you have 1 action, because you should really be saving actions, one of your very few actions, to actually defend yourself. That's why I kind of mentally corrected to 1 action, because I'm like, yeah, I'm always going to save an action for dodging. Because what it is, you make a skill tech, and then the attacker's test result becomes the target number. So let's say, for example, I make a check, and I hit for 16. Ooh, that's pretty fucking bad. I'm going to need to make a 2d6, 2d6 roll versus that. However, I roll 3d6 because I'm dodging. I roll 3d6 and roll jack shit and still get my shit rocked because I'm bad. Yeah, and that never said I was good at these things. Yeah, if test fails, no swift needs to be made. Once the dog action has been declared, all action applies to all attack tests. Yeah, I know, it's close combat, the melee card with a sword, Christian declares in dodge action, fails his attack, a second orc, and swings with an 11. Swiftness chest. 11. Dodge that, dodge test result 12 because it's a base TN to hit melon card for any other orc. But yeah, no, it's like dodging's a little weird, and generally speaking, I want to dodge a lot because I effectively roll 3d6 plus 4, which is pretty good in a 2d6 game. But you can also jack up your armed combat, your ranged combat, your parry bonuses, and all these different things. You can jack that up also really high. So you see the resolving a parry block just like resolving a dodge. So it's one of those things where it's like, is this really worth it? Is this really a good idea? Who knows? Maybe I just want to get into an advantageous situation and get a bunch of bonuses. But yeah, no, that's kind of the situation. Scoring extra successes in combat, pretty much doing better with a roll with combat. You're dealing more and more and more damage to break shields, activate special effects, break their fucking limbs with a crippling attack. You know, hey, I'm just chopped your arm off or whatever. Get a bonus. There's a lot of different things you can do in this game. But, counterpoint. For the love of yacht, up the volume on your mic. Is this better? Is this better, Mr. Y? If I jack up the mic all the way up, is this better? I'm not doing that because I am peaking my mic constantly. To give you an idea there, this is, I am peaking my mic on my end. I'm peaking that shit constantly. Like, I am, to give you an idea, it's peaking on my end. That's why I don't want to do it. But yeah, no, I am, drastically peaking on my end. And I don't want to peak my mic because I don't want something to break. To give you an idea, I don't want things to break. So, yeah, again, to give you an idea on my end, on OBS end, I am peaking my mic constantly now. So, I'm going to go back to my normal range because that is how I actually speak. Because I speak very quietly, actually. I try to be better about it, and I don't want to... Dude, my other issue is I don't want my mic super close, because if I put my mic super close, I do ASMR stuff, and no one wants to hear that. So, if you ever wonder why I am a little quiet, yeah, I'm peaking the Notepad. I've always peaked. It's, far max. Nah. I'm gonna fucking blow my mic out if I do that. But yeah, no, that is, the thing is, here's the thing. I listened back to all this audio, by the way. Because you have to remember, I listened back to all of the audio when I watch the videos. And I'm fucking deafening myself half the time. I'm very fucking loud. So I turn, like, this is, like, comfortable audio for me. You gotta remember that. This is comfortable audio for me. And to give you an idea, even when it's super fucking loud, I turn things down. Like, yeah, this is comfortable audio levels for me. I'm very quiet, and that's fine. I turn everything down. Like, even when I'm listening to myself, I turn myself down because I'm like, this is too loud. But people complain I'm too quiet. I don't know, like, if my hearing is fucked or what. But generally speaking, fear modifiers, resisting fear, fear effects, corruption. Like, corruption is common. You're going to be building corruption. What does corruption do? Corruption fucks your day up. Why does corruption fuck your day up? If you have too much corruption, everything gets more difficult. You can't learn sorcery anymore because it's very fucking difficult. One of the hardest parts is that it becomes a lot more difficult to beat temptation. That's the scary part. You can't get rid of temptation if you're corrupted. And once you start doing temptation, it's like, yeah, no, it's yeah, it's kind of the thing that, like, things are going horribly, horribly wrong for you. And horses. Keep your horses in there. Animal abilities, riding in battle. Pretty easy stuff to on. Some very botched motions of the PDF I'm using. But there is a full mass combat system. There you go. Why is there one? Because we need one. Of course. Because that was in Lord of the Rings, and of course we're going to have that. There is a lot of things to consider, by the way. I'm still kind of scrolling through. I'm going faster here, but like, get ready for finding all of this shit takes a little while. Healing takes a while to actually recover from. It is just time. How do we do magic? How do we heal ourselves? You take time, you make checks. Let's keep rolling. How do I break? I want to. Oh no, I'm tired. I'm doing something. You take time, you make a check, you break out of it. You're going to build it up faster and faster and faster. And you just need to rest. There comes a point where you literally need to sit down and sleep. That is sometimes all you need to do. Just sit down and fucking sleep. It takes a while to travel. There is, like, here's the travel matrix. Everything has to be based off the travel matrix. So if you want to go to, let's say, the Shire. So I want to travel from the Shire to Dale. It takes 270. And we are walking on easy ground. So that's going to take a while to get to fucking Dale. On the other hand, I want to go to Tharbad. It's not going to be as long. I am in Isengard, and I want to go to Minas Morgul. I want to go to Minas Tirith. Yeah, there's a lot of things there for what it is. Elements of epic fantasy, a lot of GM guide stuff of just like how to run a game like this. A journey of many steps, storied heights, and falls. How to be a narrator. I'm kind of zooming through this one because it's a very heavy game. It's a very heavy game that gives you a lot of information, and you sit down and you just have to write it all out. That's really what it boils down to. You just gotta write it out. You gotta do everything, but it's not difficult. Once you start get going, you are making you're picking up going. You're actually able to do it. It's a 2d6 game plus whatever bonuses you have. What happens when you get experience? You get extra picks. You get advancement picks. That's what you get. You don't get levels necessarily. You get picks. You get 5 picks. You have these things. You have 4 of these things. You can get 2 edges. You can get a new attribute favored. You can get a new reaction. You can do a bunch of things. And gotta see here. They do not do it by combat. They do it by story objectives, scene purposes, role play well. That's kind of the situation there. And then renown triggers. The life of an NPC. Major public negotiation. Making arcane exemplary discovery. That's pretty much it. Get more renown, get more stuff. Here's the Sauron, here's fucking Nazgul. You want to fight Nazgul? Here it is. You can fight the Nazgul if you want. Here it is. You can kill Nazgul. You shouldn't and can't because they're going to fucking kill you. They'll kill you immediately. You want to fight Saruman? Here he is. He is fucking Saruman. He has every skill in the game, pretty much. Every spell in the game. And, yeah, can he just immediately just snap and kill you? Yeah, pretty much, yeah. You want to kill Gollum? You can kill Gollum if you want. Worm tongue? You want to do anything? But yeah, it's like, you want to fight like a basic orc. This is how you fight a basic orc. They're not terribly spooky. You want to fight an Uruk? Here's an Uruk. This is what you do to fight them. All of their abilities, all of their skills, this is how you fight them. And you're like, oh, I see. Here's the Balrog. You want to fight the Balrog? You want to fight the fucking nightmare creature that instantly kills you? Why do we want to even consider fighting the Balrog? Because it's a Balrog, and of course there's going to be the option to fight a fucking Balrog in the game about Lord of the fucking Rings. Do I like the Coda system? No, Especially. It's... Oh, geez. Let's see. Volume at 80%, hear you. I have a water pump in the background, volume 80%, hear you well. Jokes about my favorite Lotro RPGs. Yeah, the war game strategy game, exactly. You missed a chance to watch. Let's see. Ratio. Yep, checks out for Nazgul and Saruman. Let's be real, if you want to stat an important figure, you gotta have them everything they can, beyond reason. Characters can pull but shit, make sure they put it in the game. How much XP is the Balrog worth? Like, the Balrog is, like, fucking insane, I know that much. He is, let's see. Let's see what some of his abilities are. Burned by Daylight, Icy Touch, he got a bunch of spells. That's a Barrowite. Let's see. Description. No, let's see. Heart of Fire. The Heart of Fire. The power cannot cast spells. The awesome strength and power. He can counter spell any spell. Everyone is fucking scared of him. Yeah, carries 2 weapons. Norp's sword, far too big for any man. That deals 4d6 damage. Yeah, no, it's he doesn't get XP because you don't get XP that way, fun fact. So you could just fight the Balrog and then just die. I don't like Coda. Here's the thing why I don't like Coda. Here's the thing. Ow. I don't care for Coda because Coda is 3rd edition. It's 3rd edition with a 2d6. It's kind of janky. It has a lot of things with it. But here's the thing. If someone told me Coda, this Lord of the Rings game is my favorite game, and I love this game to death. If someone told me that, I would believe them. You want to know why I would believe them? Because shit like this exists. This is the Heron Thurabarians Compendium from 2006. Effectively, these guys conceived a bunch of, Georg Wilsterl. Yeah, and it's Heron Thurabarians, subsequent publication of your own. It's effectively, there are fans of this game that have been updating the game longer than Decipher. And they added a bunch of stuff, they fixed a bunch of stuff, they made things bigger, better, and grander. Hey, here's a buy system. You want to have that? Here's a bunch of alternate attribute modifiers to make sure things feel a little bit better. Here's how you calculate better at. It's the average modifier. From how do you make courage work better? It's this. You want to make a low-powered character? This is how you do. Want to have some more racial skills? Here's a bunch of racial skills and racial abilities and more things to make them better. Here's a more background packages that you can play with. Here's a bunch of abilities. Here's a bunch of options. You want to have some new order packages. You want to have some more craftsman packages. Like, it's saying, here's a bunch of new shit. Here's a bunch of new things, more abilities, more options for you to play this game with. You want to play the game more? Here is all you need. Here's how you make crafting skills better. Here's how you make a bunch of lore skills better. You don't have to worry about a bunch of these. This is how we're going to make them better. There are people who are very dedicated to this system and love this game a lot more than I do. And if someone were to tell me, I love this game, I want more of this game, I do everything in my power for this game, I would believe them. And when I upload all these games, I'm going to make sure to put this in there as well. Because this is, from what I've gathered, this is probably like the best way to play the game. You get the base game, and then you take this. You get the compendium. I believe there might be a new version out there. This is what I have. But there are people who clearly care about this game. And there are people who clearly care about it, and there's people who are going to clearly work on it. Notepad, can you tell me who said your name and where? Anime Girls. My favorite game is Mad Max with AIDS. Mad Max with, huh? What, Steve? This is the where I like. Game set. By the way, the misses. Is there any game set in the first or second age? No. Everything, like, the first two games are pretty, like, out of everything, the first game, like MERP and Adventure Game, are pretty firmly set in third and fourth age. This game is very much set in third age, with a brief mention of the fourth. Our final game, though, is also the third age. You're never going to get anything about first, second age. Like, that's like, you're playing fucking Exalted. Like, at that point. Oh, God. No, it wasn't cursed. I've raided a couple people. I raid random anime women. And if I raid random anime women, they say my name, and it's the fucking shot I need in my heart to keep me going. But our final game is the most recent, coming out in 2022. And is probably by far, according to many, the best of the best. Welcome to the One Ring. This is the One Ring, notably second edition. I remember talking about first edition eons ago, when it was published by Cubicle 7. If you notice, it's by Freely, because Cubicle 7 lost the license. But, if you scroll down here, we've got a couple odd names here. This is Francesco Nepatello. Now, Francesco Nepatello has made games before. You may say why. The 10-set edition, yeah. Now, here's the thing. Francesco Nepatello has done One Ring, he's done a bunch of other games, and I'm like, what else has this guy done? Well, he also made The War of the Ring, the actual full board game. You know, the War of the Ring, full-ass, super board game with all of the, additions and all the things there. This was his game. He made this because he wanted to. And that was something he did. That is something that was one of his projects. He's worked on a lot of board games. He's worked on a lot of RPG stuff. And one of the other odd things currently with him, he did the One Ring Arcade, published by Sophisticated Games and Free League. Go to like Sophisticated Games. First fucking like who's Sophisticated Games? No one. It's a fucking Lord of the Rings. Like, I don't think this is a real company. I think this is a company that just publishes a bunch of weird things and owns some weird rights to it. Yeah, literary brands. Yeah, company is all. Yeah, develops and packages all non-movie Lord of the Rings games under the Middle-earth Enterprises license. Remember that name right there. Middle-earth Enterprises, remember from the very beginning of the stream, published many titles in the area. Rings, The Hobbit, award-winning Lord of the Rings series. With Ares in Italy. Because yeah, this is an Italian company. Now, here's the thing. See Middle-earth Enterprises? Remember, Middle-earth Enterprises is owned by Embracer. Yep. This is the Embracer game. So, this is one of those weird situations as well. This is, again, one of those really weird, like, bizarre situations where here we are again. Middle-earth Enterprises. Now, yeah, Peter Jackson films, video game rights, Cubicle 7. They were talking about Middle-earth Enterprises, but you gotta remember now, it is a division of the Embracer Group The Embracer Group has decided to create its own company called Middle Earth Enterprises. That's the new company. They've decided they're going to split up into Middle Earth Enterprises and Friends and split things up further. The One Ring is belonging to a company that is currently about $2 billion in debt. Published by a company indirectly owned by Tencent. We live in a fucking clown society. Yeah, that's, we've talked about Free League before. We've mused about Free League before. Free League is really fascinating for some good and bad reasons. So here's the thing with Free League. We're going to talk about Free League. Free League is the big popular game that everyone likes. Free League. Not everyone likes. Now, the problem with Free League, and I'm just going to open up all of their games just to kind of give you an idea of what I mean by this. So, Alien. They don't own Alien. They don't own Alien. This belongs to a movie studio. Cyborg. They don't own Cyborg. This belongs to a fucking bunch of Swedish fucks. Forbidden Lands. They do actually own Forbidden Lands, I believe. They do actually own this game. This is their personal thing. Morkborg. They don't own this. Symborium. They actually own this. The One Ring. They do not own this. The Embracer Group technically owns this game. They have the rights to publish it. Basin. I believe they owned this one, but I don't believe it at the same time. It might be based on something completely different. Because The Walking Dead, they also do not own. Tales from the Loop, they do not own. Pirate Board, they do not own, I do not believe. I don't believe they actually own this one. I believe another company owns it. It's, yeah, it's only published by it. Yeah. Under the Free League Workshop for independently designed games. They don't own this one, technically. They just publish it. Into the Odd. They also do not actually own this game. This is done by a completely different company. It's written by Chris McDowell. Death in Space. They also don't actually own this one. This is by Stockholm Cartel, the guys who do fucking Morkborg. Blade Runner. They do not own Blade Runner. Corolius. They actually do own Corolius. They do own this game. However, Dragon's Bane, they bought this from a company that was collapsing. Mutant Year Zero. This belongs to Tencent. They don't own Morkborg. I want you all to remember, Mutant Year Zero, they do not own. They do not own it. A mutant belongs to, in a very convoluted series of events, Mutant actually belongs to Tencent. You may be wondering, Notepad, how does Mutant belong to Tencent? I'm going to explain it very easy to you. This is Heroic Signatures. Heroic Signatures is a company. They handle a bunch of IP rights. See Conan here. You see Mutant. Say Year Zero. They just own the Mutant franchise, though. Kane, a bunch of other things. Mutant Chronicles, Colt, all of this stuff. Why is this weird? Why is this something interesting? Well, because this game, by Funcom, Cabinet Group, they're owned by Funcom. And guess who owns Funcom? Yeah, you're right, Tencent. Tencent bought Funcom, Funcom bought them. Is there a good alternative to Colt? PBTA rules suck. If you want to play Colt, like Colt, nothing I think of outside running it using something like Call of Cthulhu, or your preferable, horror game adjacent thing. If you want to be specific and get something new, Mirror Side isn't bad. I have a affection for Mirror Side. But But yeah, no, it's Twilight 2000s. They bought the rights to this one. Yeah, build on the Lord of the Rings role-playing. Again, they don't own this, and they made this for 5e to make money. Symborium, they were really thinking Symborium wasn't making any money, so they decided to do that. I don't even think they own Symborium. I think they bought Symborium. I'm required. I do this one personally. Yeah, because you gotta, like, one of the weird things is that they did they bought Drakar Akdamanor, which is Dragonband. They bought this from a completely different company. Drakar Akdamanor is from a different thing. Oh, no, it's owned by a different guy. Yeah, that's one thing, like, you kind of got to remember about, like, Free League. Free League does not necessarily make their own games. Free League publishes a lot of games. Are there games that are by Free League? Yes. Are there a lot of them? That's a little bit more of a complicated question. But the One Ring was originally, if we go to the One Ring, 1E, back in 2011 was actually published by Cubicle 7. You may be wondering who the fuck Cubicle 7 is. Cubicle 7 is an Irish company that cannot help but fuck up. I don't know how they keep doing it, but they keep fucking up. Cubicle 7's in the same boat. They don't own anything anymore. The only thing they own is Broken Weave. All the rest of this stuff is owned by a different person. BBC, Games Workshop. But yeah, no, it's they've been trying to do the C7 RPG, like the C7, actually C7D20, I believe. C7D20. They were trying to push the C7D20 thing for a while. The C7D20 RPG has fallen. It doesn't exist anymore. It does not exist anymore. It will not come out. I do not believe it will ever come out. There is no reason for it. Apparently, also, Cubicle 7 is falling. Apparently, Cubicle 7's been having a lot of issues in turn. A bunch of people left the company. But what happened was they lost the right license. So they went here and they sold it wasn't sold, but the rights were transferred over to Free League. Now, thing is, there was a Kickstarter. A big fucking Kickstarter. They made over $1.6 million, roughly speaking, for this game. They made a lot of fucking money here. And some of the people putting down a lot were putting down some money. Let's just say that. They were putting down some money. That was about $200 roughly. They were, they even kind of say like about $200, $240, $200. They were putting down for that. For everything. And this is getting all the expansions. This is getting all the new additions. Everything you could possibly want for this. Of course, what about the 5e edition? Hey, 5e. And the worst part is, they did get every single thing they wanted, and more. Because no shit, because you made you made $2 bajillion. You made a fuck ton of money. And because you make a fuck ton of money, everyone gets everything and everyone's happy. But, Simbadu. But yeah, no, that's kind of the cycle. And a lot of people cite the One Ring 2nd edition. Is everything I've heard is great. It's the greatest thing ever created by man. Apparently there has been some controversy when it comes to some of the stretch goal stuff. Like, stretch goal stuff hasn't come out yet. Yeah, no, it's kind of one of those things like apparently there was some issues there. Everything promised stretch goals is included. Thank you for your question. Yeah, apparently just been things getting delayed and things getting at it happens. Especially with Free League. Free League is apparently pretty bad about that actually. From what I've gathered, it is if you put something, if they do really well on one of these things, and they usually do pretty well because they are a large fucking company out, they're a large fucking company. Uh, they are a large super company that can make a lot, that makes a lot of money, and I don't know why they keep going to Kickstarter, but then you realize, oh wait, that's the only way to sustain a business in this industry. But yeah, no, yeah, they're making money. Apparently, usually what happens is they publish something, and when they publish something, it gets delayed, but that's kind of the gist. And to see here, One Ring One Ring was announced, Cubicle 7, they just lost the license. Because Cubicle 7 can't do anything right. Always remember that, kids. But yeah, no, it's, these are kind of the whole shebang. A lot of people in here, a lot of people invested. But we of course need our own hero again. Say hello to Baragorn. Yes, this is Baragorn again. Ooh. Wait, is the full TTRPG or just a 5e companion? Wait, is full TRPG? Yeah, this is the One Ring second edition is a full TTRPG. That's the thing, is a full TTRPG, a second edition to the One Ring first edition, and it is not the 5e It is not the 5e version. They still publish the 5e version as well, though. That's the thing. They still publish the 5e version. Do you have any issue? Yeah, I do have an issue with companies like Onyx Path, Free League. Because the thing is, Kickstarter should be a thing for people who need the money to do something. That should be the thing. It should be, we need the money because I am a 2-man developer team. I'm a 3-man team. We're making something brand new here. But you get companies like Evil Hat. You get companies like Freely. You get companies that are established companies with staff and a lot of money and a lot of backers and things with like Free League, because you got to remember, Free League's got support. It's not like they don't have support. They have got licenses from major companies and all of that shit, but they go to Kickstarter not as a Kickstarter. That's the thing that you always got to remember. These companies do not go to Kickstarter or actual Kickstarted funds. They don't need that funds. There are people on salary there. All of those guys, the main people, have a salary. They are making money. They are going there for 2 reasons. A lot of these guys either want A, it's a pre-order platform. TTRPG, itch.io, any of these things don't let you actually pre-order very easily. So it becomes a pre-ordering platform. You go to Kickstarter, you put down the money, you get everything. Oh boy, and you start invoking FOMO. And the best way to think about it is if X amount of people that's effectively like, that's kind of the idea. Like if X amount of people pre-order, everyone gets more stuff. Onyx Path has less licenses though after Paradigm. Onyx Path is still a fairly large company in the sphere. You have to remember that, Vok. Like, we would like to think that Onyx Path is a little itty-bitty company with 2 people in it, and no, they are a major force, and they are a big-ass company, relatively speaking, because they have all the VTR, not the VTM stuff. They have all the Chronicles of Darkness stuff. Like, they still publish a lot of things. They're not a small company by any stretch of the imagination. It's not like a guy in his basement kind of thing. Like, that's what I feel Kickstarter should be more used for. But that's just me, but I'm a wacky little thing. Because a lot of these companies just use it as a pre-order platform. Like, it's not actually, you're not kickstarting anything. You are doing it for that, or it's an investment scheme. Which is to say, I'm going to prove that we can get 200 people interested in this and raise $20,000 in funding, even though we need like $500,000 to do everything we want. But if we prove to investors, they will put down more money to make this bigger and grander, and we'll be able to do that. I've seen that a few times. That's the big thing. I've seen the investment scheme a few times, and it's usually very obvious when they are like that. That's the part that annoys me. I can't fault them for it. I'm not going to fault them for it. Because, fuck man, I would be doing the same thing if I was in a company. That would be the first fucking thing I would propose. You may say that's a hypocrite, but yeah, I am a hypocrite in that regard. But there are people willing to put down $1.6 million for this shit. $1.6 million for Free League is a lot of fucking money. That's keeping the lights on. That's keeping a lot of things bigger. You know, people are being a lot more happier. That's kind of the unfortunate reality of it. But get to it. Generally speaking, the One Ring has one big word I want to slap on it, and that's thematic. The One Ring is very thematic. Every aspect of the game is thematic for what it is trying to be. We want to make a tabletop role-playing game about the third age of Middle-earth, about the fighting of the Shadow, and all the subsequent issues that go into it. That is our goal. It's not the GM, it's Lore Master. You're not heroes, you're player heroes. Because of course, you're hero characters. You're heroes, of course you are. And that is something that is it's very structured. There's the adventuring phase. There's the fellowship phase. Fuel, there's things like that. Also, this artwork seems very familiar because we saw it in Rune Masters and Drakarok the Manor. They use the same artist because fucking course they would. He's amazing. And if we can be thematic, we're going to be thematic. However, what do we need to do? At the most basic instance of this game, this is a D12, actually, I guess it would be a D12, D6 dice pool additive system. Sounds a little bit confusing. However, you're going to have a D12 feat die. And you're going to have D6 success dies. That's all we're going to be doing. So, let's say, for example, I want to make a hunting check. I will have a D12 feat die plus 2d6 success die. That's all I need. This is the thing I'm going to be rolling. However, the feat die is measured from 1 to 10. Instant fail, instant success. Actually, I should say instant success, 0. That is how it is actually formatted. Your success die, a success die, is 1 to 6. 6 is a crit. That is all how everything is actually formatted. What do I mean by that 0 and all that shit? Well, the basic idea, let me see if they actually, okay, so we'll use that. Effectively, your 12-sided feat die is measured from 1 to 10 as basic numbers. If you roll an 11, you roll an Eye of Sauron. That's bad. You instantly, you roll a 0, effectively. You roll a 12, though, you roll a Gandalf rune, you instantly succeed no matter what you roll. You have effectively a 1 in 12 chance of always succeeding if you roll a Gandalf rune and get a fucking 0. All you need to do is beat your target number. This is all you need to beat. This is the only number you need to worry about 95% of the time. You might lose dice, you might gain dice. That is what you're worrying about. That is what you need to internalize and find. That's it. You add them all together, and that's that. It's not difficult. It's not hard to understand. I do not like the special dice. I don't like the special dice. I will never. It's not an auto failure. It's just a 0. It's you can make it work. Here's the thing. You can make a 0 work if you are already very skilled at something. If you are not skilled, you will not make it. Like, but yeah, it's because the thing is, it's not a 1d12. That's the thing. It's not a d12 die you're making. What it is it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, Gandalf. That is what the die actually looks like. It's not an 11, it's not a 12, it's a D10 with an I and Gandalf symbol on it. I'm not a huge fan of this. I'm going to say it now. I am not a huge fan of any kind of dice like this. I don't like these kind of things. I don't like Genesis doing it. I don't like any of these other fucking games doing it. I don't like Edge of the Empire. None of that. Don't care for it because it's just another barrier that you have to mentally correct. It's, okay, I rolled. Oh man, I didn't roll an 11. I rolled an I symbol, so it's a 0. Yeah, 11 is 0. But that's the thing. You can't say that. You can't actually say that. Because enemies treat that I as a crit, but treat the Gandalf rune as a 0. That's what I mean. It's one of those things where, again, thematic. It's thematic that the lidless eye is a failure for you, a crit for your enemies. The Gandalf rune is a instant success for you, a 0 for them. That's fine enough. That's easy enough to understand. It's just like, it's just another thing that just another step that I don't much care for. Not my cup of tea. Some people love it. Some people hate it. I could get over it, though, with this game. I can get over it. Just going to mention it now. I'm not a fan of it. Card-based systems. I like card-based systems. I want more card-based systems, but they're all fucking Westerns and they don't work. Or they're not very good. But, yeah, making rolls. Generally speaking, you can only make one roll. Feat die is your main die. Sometimes you'll be able to roll 2 feat die and take the best. For awareness and hunting, that's what I would be doing. Sometimes you can add in extra success die. Easy. Generally speaking, I am pretty average across the board. Not very good at anything, but I'm not bad at anything either. So, everything is derived from your target number. So, that's it. Degree of success. The more degrees, pretty much the more 6s you roll on your d6, on your success die, the more results you're going to be able to get. The better you're going to be doing. You can spend these on doing cooler, better things. We're sneaking through somewhere and someone rolled a failure. I have a success die. He didn't fail. Hey, here's some insight. Here's something quickly. I do it without attracting attention. I make it at half the time. I widen the influence. I get something. In combat, these change. In combat, these are, I fuck your day up, I really fuck your day up, I knock you back, I inflict conditions and stuff. You want to roll 6s on your success die. And I don't hate this system. I think it's a little bit odd, but I don't hate it. Wish it was a little different. That's just a me thing, though. Yeah, ill favor, favor, it's just advantage and disadvantage. That's all it is at the end of the day. That's the big thing. Now, you can spend hope. You have a lot of hope. Hope does not come back easily, though, and you want to keep a good chunk of it. The idea of hope is simple. I can spend hope and get extra dice. If I really need some extra dice, I can spend a little bit of hope and get it back. This is good. I like getting dice. This is good. If you're inspired, you get more spending hope. Your ally is helping you. You get more dice. More dice, better dice, it's great. Now, certain characters can get magical successes on things. A magical success is you saying, fuck you, I'm doing some magic here, and you instantly succeed. That's kind of the best way of thinking about it, is you automatically succeed, but you have to spend hope for it. And you're trying to get just bonus successes. You may say, well, why would I? Well, I don't need, why would I need magic? Because magic is fucking spooky and will probably kill you. Aren't many different conditions. Most of the 3 conditions are you have fallen below a threshold, bad things are happening. Aren't getting your endurance back quicker. You're taking a bunch of problems, automatic failures. You are getting real tired and your things are not coming up right. Now, our character sheet is pretty easy. Also, game terms, everything you need is on this sheet. This is not the sheet you would be getting. This is the sheet I found off on itch.io because I liked it a little bit better. This is my sheet. This is what we'd be working with. That's just me. That is literally just a me thing. When you play Koi Koi to do sword text, oh lord. Ooh, I'm gonna stretch and break my back into 15 different pieces. Oh, jeez. People are posting cringe. Ow. Ah, there we go. Stretch and break my back into 15 different places. So, these are our characters. Now, most of the characters come from heroic cultures. That's the entire idea. So, if I am playing, say, if we go down here to one of the bottings, send a long line of Geryon, Lord of Dale, whose wife and child escaped down the running river from that road long ago. Bottings of the Northmen. So what happens is you would choose one of these attributes. Oh, let me click that. You choose one of these attribute spreads, and then you would write those in. And then you would do that minus 20, and that's your final attribute number. These are your target numbers. Easy enough to understand, easy enough to do. Drive whatever it is here for your hope, your strength, your wits, everything. You get all of the skills here, and 2 of them are always going to be favored. Now, you may be thinking, Notepad, what's the catch? What's the catch here? You got some combat proficiencies, you got some dwarves. Well, I didn't actually use any of these, because there's also a lot of information here. This is the Expanded Cultures of Middle-earth book. This is something I found literally on accident. I wanted to play a man from Rohan. I played a man from Rohan. I'm a mark of a writer. I've got all of these things. These are my stats. Because I wanted to make, they do not come with the idea I want to make Baragorn. Baragorn is from Rohan, because people were getting mad at me because I was not saying Rohan correctly. Because these people are fucking nerds. But yeah, right here, everything you need, derived here, everything here. And everyone gets a cultural blessing. Something special about you, your people. Everyone gets a passive ability, effectively. Pretty simple ones that you can get in. As you can kind of see, we get blessings. Our blessing is on a crit attack or protect, we can get +1 shadow and get +1d on all the remainder of our attacks, but we cannot retreat. We are saying, fuck you, got mine, we are going 100%, we are berserking, effectively. However, anytime I'm dealing with horse stuff, I'm inspired, because I'm a man from Rohan. Easy enough to understand. Some combat proficiencies. Combat proficiencies are effectively your skill rating for combat, which are a lot more difficult to get. Now, every single one, they don't talk about these right off the bat. Everyone, you're going to get virtue. These are positive things about you or your people. There are generic ones, and then there are cultural ones. Baragorn selected if I believe correctly, if I go here, He chose to take a generic one. He didn't choose any of the Rohan ones. These would be the Rohan one. You know, some of these are like you get a big bonus to things. You know how to do bigger things. You are a better person because of it, because you have done more things in your life. But you want to play a man from Gondor, man of Lake Town, a lot of different things in this particular book. These are the expanded cultures. You want to have more here, here's how you do it. Now, thing is, here, there aren't many different times. You get the Elves of Lindon, you get the Hobbits of the Shire, and of Bree, of the North, Dunedain. That's kind of the idea here. You not get much, but this is also a very big expansion opportunity game. You're going to be expanding your options through buying the multiple expansion books. That's the point. And from what I gathered, is a lot of the expansion books add at least some character options. So it's one of those books that you're just going to be constantly expanding on. You like the base book, you're going to get more. Like this, you're going to get more. What's Shadow? Shadow. The Shadow is the darkness. It's evil. It's Sauron. Nasty bullshit. You build Shadow, which is saying you build negative parts of your body and your soul a little bit by doing bad things. And you do bad things as well as just be around bad people. Hey, congratulations, you have to fight a fucking Nazgul. You're shitting your pants. You're getting Shadow. You're going to die. But then you get a calling. What's a calling? A calling, at the end of the day, is a class. That's all it really is at the end of the day. You get 6 classes. Again, one of those games where we're always going to get more. But these are not complicated at all. All a warden is, you want to be really specific, all a warden is, it's 2 favorite skills, a new feature, which is shadow lore, and you go down a shadow path of a path of despair. All this means is I get a bonus die for anytime I need to learn about something here, and I'm going to go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs if I go down this negative path, this negative experience in my life. I don't want that. Now, previous experiences, like these are just things that you get by virtue of being you, because you've been raised in a society. You get 10 points. You don't get that many options, generally speaking. I was pretty comfortable with all of these, so I ended up bumping my bow up by 1. So here is my my final character. This is what a level 1 character would look like. He's not great, he's not perfect, but he's going to be developing himself very gradually. That's the entire point. I could probably got more skills, but I didn't need more skills. I didn't really need it. You do get starting gear. There really isn't a need to worry about like, oh, well, we've got to manage our copper pennies. None of that. You pick an item that is most appropriate for you, and you go from there. Of course, I went with a longsword, and I went with a bow. There are only 4 types of weapons in the entire game. There is an axe weapon, a bow weapon, a spear weapon, and a sword weapon. Those are the only things you need to worry about, and the only things you have. But I want to use an esoteric. It's going to be an axe, a spear, or a sword. I want to use a katana, an axe, or spear, or a sword. I want to use an axe, a spear, or a sword. Or a bow. Like, you do have the option of a bow, but it is a bow. Again, infinitely expandable material. In general, an additive method is more approachable than a reductive one. Small core book with streamlined, shallow mechanics, and add-on booklet zines less daunting than a 600-page magnum opus. Damn, no unarmed. There is an unarmed ability. You kind of see my throwing hands thing there. It's really bad, and you don't deal really any damage with it. It's, you shouldn't be throwing hands kind of thing. You deal 1 damage. That is, you deal 1 damage, don't even do injury, and you have negative 1d to hit. Generally speaking, You are using brawling. You are attacking. You are using any of this entirely because you have no other options. You are completely fucked if you do anything else. But use some armor. Generally speaking, you really only need a leather shirt. I chose to go with a leather shirt because I'm like, hey, I want to keep my my load down. If your load is greater than your endurance, or your load plus your fatigue is greater than your endurance, you become wary. So you don't want to travel with like a ton of stuff, because that sounds like a bad idea. Now, every single character has a standard of living, known as dirt poor. You can be frugal, common, or prosperous. Those are your basic ones. If you're frugal, common, or prosperous, you get special items. All these items do, if we go up here to gear, you get the special gear. All special gear does is give you a +1d on something. Raggedy cloak, a far too wealthy looking ring that he really shouldn't have actually bought, a +1 checks. And if you are that, you get a stupid horse. I got a baddie, a stupid old horse who has a vigor. Baddie is not a good horse. Baddie is an idiot. Baddie is my stupid horse. But yeah, no, that's kind of the like, I really like the idea and simple equipment that gives you a flat bone. I like it as well. I like this more because if you really notice, they aren't really tracking like, oh, do you have the right amount of rations? No, they're not gonna really like worry about the number of rations or the number of individual little fucking things to really worry about. They're not really concerned with that. Remember, the entire idea is to be as thematically appropriate to the story. We don't need to worry about what we're eating. We need to worry that we're not eating. We don't need to worry about the rations we have. We need to worry about the fact that we can't catch anything to eat. That's kind of the constant idea is we don't need to worry about things that aren't important until they are important. We don't really need to worry too much about money. Why? Because none of them worried about money. Never an issue. But getting a shit ton of money is really good because we can bump up how prosperous we are. We can bump up our living, and that means we can bring more gear with us into the field, and we can make more money. Now, one of the ideas is that you have valor, and you have wisdom. Valor is effectively how brave, courageous, pretty much how much of a forward-thinking person you are. Valor is, you leap into battle and people are like, yay, he's being a hero. Wisdom is more introspective. That is you and your knowledge of how am I a better person. You're going to increase these up to 6 maximum both. And every time you increase it, you get a new reward and you get a new virtue. Now, I chose to go with this. I have a grievous weapon. I have a grievous longbow. I deal extra damage with my longbow. And I'm going to swing, I'm going to pull back my bow and I'm going to fuck your day up. That does a lot of damage, relatively speaking, for a bow. But for a starting virtue, I went with mastery. 2 skills and make them favored. And I chose some skills to make them favored. All I did. Always start with 1 in both. And you're going to be building these up very consistently. That's the entire point. The bit more of these you get, the more fancy gear you get, the more fancy feats and abilities you get. That's what you want. Now, of course, this is a game about the company. The company is your group. You have to work together or you die alone. Most important thing to understand is your patron, your safe haven. Now, your patron, they want you to lose things like Balin, Bilbo, Sirdan, Gandalf. I want you to use these guys. You can spend fellowship and get a bonus. That's what they want to do. Hey, I'm working with Gandalf. Gandalf has specifically, I'm Gandalf's top guy. He wants me to do. Hey, I'm working with Bilbo. Bilbo's my man. I'm Bilbo's man. I go out and do things. Hey. I'm going to I'm meeting Tom Bombadil. I'm Bombadil's top man. Your patron is effectively going to be someone that you're getting an advantage with to work with. You're getting bonuses. You're going to get more patrons over time. That's the big thing. You're going to get more patrons over time, and they're going to be continuously working with you. And you could get things like, hey, we're working with Elrond. Elrond is our top guy. Elrond, we show him and say, hey, Elrond, we're back. And then he's like, fuck, why are you all still alive? Here's your next job. This is what I need you to do. Here's some lembas bread. Fuck off. He's like, yay, lembas bread. It's like, oh, well, this is really this really narrows things out. But again, infinitely expandable. In another expansion, here's 3 new patrons. In another expansion, here's a brand new patron. Here's this. And it's like, hey, here's Elrond. Elrond's my patron. This is what he does. I work with him. Hey, Gandalf is our patron. Hey, Saruman's our patron. Oh no, we don't know he's fucking evil yet. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm Bilbo's pipeweed dealer. Yeah, then you have a safe haven. This is your place that you always go back to if there is something wrong. It might be in Bree, it might be somewhere else. Generally speaking, it's the Prancing Pony. Like, you go to Prancing Pony and everything's great. But if you're good friends with Elrond and Elrond trusts you, Rivendell might be your safe haven. You might fucking limp back to Rivendell every season. And you're like, hey, Elrond, we're doing good. And like, oh, why doesn't he not have an arm anymore? Don't worry about it. We call him the Armless Hobbit now. This is all measured by your fellowship rating. Kind of a meta currency, kind of not a meta currency. It is, the more we work together, the more we are together, the better we can recover. We can recover our hope, we get to trigger special effects, we get a bunch of bonuses. Big things happen when we use our fellowship, and we also have a fellowship focus. So, I am, of course, our patron is Promian von Iroh, the White Gold Concordant. He's lying about this, of course. But my focus is, of course, on Balbo, the hobbit who thinks he's a man. Anytime I'm working with Balbo, I get an extra dice. Anytime I support Balbo, he gets an extra dice. It's a lot of things that are big money. I think this is not really as expanded out as it should, but that's just me. Experience. Experience points comes into 2 categories. You get skill points and adventure points. Skill points are you doing things. You get skill points pretty consistently. You get that by just doing things. Adventure points. Confidence, skill, and arms. Here's represented by the word of adventure points. Best way to think about it, I'm getting better, I'm getting more. You can spend both of these pretty consistently on the same things. However, you do get a lot more skill points for certain things than you do get adventure points. So, further adventures. Big thing is, you're going to have to raise an heir eventually. You can't do this for long. Usually you're only going to be doing this for about 10-20 years before you retire because you're a normal human being. Now, the big idea of raising an heir is you're taking your experience points and handing it to another character. I am an elf. I am raising an heir of my cousin or something and if I die tragically, my cousin takes up arms in my stead. I am a hobbit. I am going back to the Shire constantly, to raise my nephew to be my successor. I am a man of Gondor, and I go back to Rivendell every now and again to talk my skills up to a young elf who is really confident in my abilities and thinks I'm this great cool guy. Doesn't matter what it is, that's just what you're doing. You eat treasure and you eat adventure points. That's the big thing. You are spending resources to get more thing. Which of your 56 hobbit nephews, though? Yeah, that's the basics. Generally, most skills make sense. Most of the skills are pretty easy to understand. The big ones is this is more talky, this is more physical, this is more scanning and understanding, more application, no travel application, more about talking with people, more about learning about. I need to convince people to like me. I'm going to be rolling probably. I need to find out where we are. I'm going to be rolling awareness most likely. I need to sing a song. I'm going to be rolling song. And remember, we're always trying to beat the target number up here. So you're always going to have things that you're going to feel more inclined of pursuing. I feel more inclined to pursue strength and heart checks rather than wits. Even though I want to be good at stealth, I'm going to be pursuing my wits a lot. That's the idea. So, but yeah, most of these are pretty easy to understand. Nothing is too out of place. You're going to be making a lot more travel rolls than you think, so I just get travel. Now, combat proficiencies. You're going to be getting combat proficiencies for free, and you're always going to be using them. So, just know about them. Simple as. There aren't many options, but you don't need to have many options. Now, the distinctive features are, anytime your distinctive features pops up, you get an extra die. That's really all that it is. They try to make them out like these are really, really specific and really specific stuff. Like, I get an extra die anytime I'm honorable, I'm proud, or I try to learn about the shadow. I get an extra die on it. If I am being shadow lore, I can tie it with my stealth because I'm like, I know this is how they think. I know I'm trying to sneak around them. If I'm being proud, I can get an extra die when I'm making an awe check to impress people because I have a fucking ego the size of a small planetoid. I'm honorable, I've got a good battle thing, good courtesy checks. That's kind of the idea. You may not get these things immediately, but you get them a little bit more abstracted bonuses because you want as many dice as possible. Endurance is your health. Tries to be fancy about things, it's your health. As long as you're recovering, you're getting your health back. And it's not too difficult. However, I've taken 20 damage. I'm at 5. I am currently fatigued, weary, and bleeding to death. This is bad. We don't want that. You don't recover fast. I would recover 5 health a day if I rest. If I take a short rest, I recover 5 health. Not a lot. Prolonged rest, I get all my endurance. Or, if I'm wounded, I get 5. Up till the point where I'm no longer wounded. Which, we don't want to be wounded anymore, because if we get wounded, it's harder to recover. Bingo bongo, you're seeing how things go. The dwarf's using Urukai Lazy Boy goes hard. So, yeah, if you're miserable, oh no, if you're not feeling good. The best thing is there's a lot of threshold. Oh no, my fatigue is 24. Well, I'm now wary. Oh no, my shadow is 55. I'm now miserable. Oh no, I've been stabbed. I'm going to be wounded. You don't want any conditions. Conditions are always bad. You don't benefit from conditions. You don't get any bonuses from conditions. You just fucking suffer. Just fucking suffer. But since you don't win from getting conditions, you shouldn't want to get them. again, take a break, rest up, get hope. Because again, you're always encouraged to spend hope, and you want to spend hope, but spending hope is dangerous. And we also want to get treasure. The biggest thing you can do with treasure is try to improve your standard of living or raise an heir. Anytime you ever need the encouragement to spend something, you're going to be using your treasure. You don't really need to, but it might come up. However, let's say we find a dragon hoard. Let's say we make 2d6 money. I get 6 treasure rating. I'm at 36 now. If I hit 90, I'm considered prosperous. I make a bunch of money and I get a bunch of new effects because I'm a prosperous person. I hit 180. I get even more shit. I hit very rich. I retire because I am wealthier than God. That's the most basic idea of it. There's an incentive. There's a need. Most weapons aren't too exotic, but they don't need to be exotic. So, Valor and Wisdom. Valor and Wisdom go up. They want to go up to do things. Wisdom is, kind of internal struggles. Rewards are just items. They're items of superior worth. They're named items. Virtues are various things. You can't even say cultural virtues. These can be game-changing. These can be huge for you. They can be things that influence a lot about you. On the other hand, they can also be things that don't do much, or just give you a bonus to something. So, adventuring. Let's go on an adventure, everyone. Adventuring phase is play the fucking game. That's all you need to know about the adventuring phase. It is the play the fucking game section of the book. One of the most important things is combat, though. We draw our blades, things are getting bad. If they're a distance away from us, we both spot each other across the field, we're rushing up to defend ourselves, they're kind of rushing up to kind of meet us, but we can do some opening volleys. That's me drawing my bow, going clink, 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 and putting some arrows down range. They're shooting some arrows at us. It's kind of that initial volleys of us throwing shit at each other. And hey, if I could crack an orc in the eye, he's dead, and we don't have to worry about it. And that could be very easily a opening, salvo effectively. Hey, they're rushing at us. Throw your fucking spears, throw your knives, throw fucking anything at them to thin the horde before they show up. Then we get to the close quarters. Then we get to CQC. The biggest thing here is choosing a stance. The 3 stances are close, open, and defensive. Actually, it would be forward, open, and defensive. Forward, open. If you're forward, that's you throwing yourself wide. I get a bonus to hit you. You get a bonus to hit me. I'm going to kill you. That's me saying I'm going to kill you and kill you all. Being open, no advantages, no disadvantages. Going defensive is, it's harder for me to hit you. It's harder for you to hit me. Most options early on, you want to stick defensive. You want to defend your allies. You want to kind of push them back a little bit. You're closing ranks a little. More confident and more better you get at being a combatant, more active you should go forward or go open. If you're getting your shit rocked, go defensive. And it is very easy to get your shit rocked. Bilbo, remember the basics of CQC. Ugh. So, the big one, though, is rearward. If you're rearward, you cannot actually make an attack. You're not attacking with an arrow. You're not attacking with a sword. You are attacking with your bow. This is if you want to play an archer, you are actually in the rearward stance. There is one Legolas in the group. You cannot have two Legolases. You have one Legolas. Sits in the back and he plugs away. Most everyone else is going to go to the front, is going to have to defend the rearward guy. But that means that if you're not terribly strong, if you're not a very, like, hardy character, stick in the back with a sling. Or stick in the back with a bow. And you will be doing better in life. Engagement's a little weird. The idea of engagement is that if there are like, let's say there's enemy, like enemy A, enemy B, enemy C, and then we'll do hero A, hero B, hero C, but I'm in melee. He's in hero B is in melee, and I'm in the rear. Effectively, because they don't outnumber us by 2, we would be engaged with enemy A and B. Enemy A and B. Hero B would be engaged with enemy C. That's all engagement's trying to put down. If you get overwhelmed and there's too many of them, everyone gets put into melee. Yeah, chooses between engaging in close combat or standing back, possible attack using ranged weapons. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Like, if you're equally matched, what you want to do is get more than them and overwhelm them. It's a little odd. Like, it's not my, it's fine to explain. Gandalf, the Black Lung. Resolving an attack. Again, roll that versus roll that versus your strength. I want to hit someone with my sword. Take my sword is 2d6. Take a d12. I'm going to roll against my strength. Roll, and I roll jack shit. I rolled, let's see, that would be 10, 4, okay, 16. I rolled 16. I hit. I deal 5 damage to you. Cool! I did a lot of damage. I go swing, swung, swing, and then you fall over dead, and I laugh. They want to attack me. They roll the same thing plus against my parry. If they hit my parry, I'm going to have a bad time. This is not fun. That's why I say it's hard to do it right off the bat, especially if your strength TN is not great. That's the big thing that I'm a little annoyed about when it comes to these, is that everything is based off your strength TN for combat. Everything is. So if you are, you have kind of not great strength, you're not going to be as useful in combat because you just won't hit. Unless you get a bunch of advantages or a bunch of things, you just won't hit. And maybe that's fine, maybe that's not. You're kind of gambling for more of these. The more of the special symbols you get, the more you can actually start assigning these. You can fend off. You get some bonus rating. You get bonus parry. You get a heavy blow, shield thrust. The big one though is pierce. Your attack using +1, +2, +3. Thus possibly triggering a piercing blow. What is the piercing blow? Effectively, if you swing forward and you hit, you can get a piercing blow. If if an attack roll that produces a piercing blow on a 10, that's all that happens. If you manage to hit 10 on your feet die, you pierce them. You swing forward and you must roll that, equal your protection value, and if you fail that roll, you're fucked. And you get a wound. Wounds suck. So to give you an idea, like if I roll a piercing with my, let's say I roll a piercing with my longbow, they have to make a check. Let's say they only have 1. They have to make a check. They rolled a 4. They take a wound. Let's do my longsword. They have to beat a 16. Up 12 right off the bat, and 6. They will succeed pretty easily. Unless, of course, they are orc, in which they just critically fucking succeeded and can break my balls. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. That is a situation. Yeah, you kind of see this is the value of using a shield. Using a shield makes you harder to hit. I only have my sword. That's all I need to do. If you get wounded, you are fucked. You are in a bad fucking spot. You are wounded. You cannot heal your endurance very well. Oh, that's bad. You recover much slowly. You need to do first aid to get rid of it. Your worst case scenario, if you get wounded twice. Or how bad is our wound? Well, you rolled a littlest eye. You're fucked. You're on your ass completely unconscious. Taking a wound, let's roll the dice. I rolled an 8. It's just a severe wound. You know, I have to write effectively. I would take that. I would have an injury for 8 days. I am now wounded for that long unless someone performs first aid on me. That's really bad. That's really fucking bad. One of the things is, though, you kind of got, like, you get combat tasks. Depending on what stance you're in, you can get different bonuses. Even if you know, most of these bonuses from stances are like, a bonus here. This. Get this. Again, as a defensive character, as someone sitting in the defensive stance, you're doing things to make people lose abilities or make people lose certain skills. One of the bigger ones, though, is like intimidate foe to make them awe. Get things, and hey, you're made wary. You're failing checks. Things are going real bad for you. Then we move to council. The council phase is kind of tacked on. I'm not a huge fan of it. Someone's gonna like it. It's fine. Effectively, the idea is you set a... What are you trying to do? We need to petition you for assistance to do something. Resistance 3. Cool. What does that actually mean? Well, let's make an introduction roll. We need to make an introduction roll, introduce who the fuck we are. We roll. Well, we totally introduced ourselves correctly and everyone loves us. Great. Then we do interactions. We effectively get a number of rounds attempting to, like, beat off the, not beat, to beat the difficulty or beat the resistance. Sometimes these resistances can be quite big or quite bold. You don't do those things. But if they're friendly toward you, you might get some bonuses. Learn about that, get some bonuses, get some things. Did you reach the number of successful rolls required by the council? Cool, you get what it is. Don't? Well, shit. Worst case scenario is disaster. Is if you fail everything, you are completely fucked and you just have to wing it. That's the secret, kids. You just fucking wing it. Depending on who they are, beating them up might be helpful. Exactly. Now, journeying is probably the thing that people know the One Ring for. As a journey, you're going to be going on a magic adventure. You're going to be using a map. Yes, we're going to be using a hex map, specifically a hex map. And the most important thing you're going to have to do is set a journey path and find some roles. I'm going to be a hunter. I'm going to be a lookout. I'm going to be a scout, a guide. We need to really think about. Once we do that, we have to connect to the point. What's the plan? We want to go to X, Y, and Z. We want to go to this place, go down here, and then go to Weathertop. That's our main goal. We Fornost to Weathertop. And we roll, and we find out what the situation is. You might only get 1 or 2 tests. Fine. Now, journeys can be dangerous and exciting. The idea. Everyone's going to count a number of hex along the journey based on the outcome of the travel roll. So, first marching test, everyone makes their travel check. If we are successful, cool. We move 3 hexes, and if we get a bunch of success icons, we might not have any encounters. We might not have any issues. Things might just go real fucking smoothly. Every hex is a day's worth of travel, though. That's the big thing. After we hit the ending, cool. We get fatigue, though. That's the kind of the problem child there. Like, most of the fatigue is going to be coming from just walking and running and moving. Just eats away at you. And it might be a couple days, it might be more days than that. That's the basic idea. So, most of these are going to be hitting someone, let's say a hunter. Let's say we're going to do 2. We're hitting a scouts. Well, scout needs to make a check. All right, what's the situation? Situation is a mishap. All right, everyone, we need to make that check. You make that check. Oh, congratulations! You have successfully bypassed the check, and you only get 2 fatigue points. Things can get very bad, though, if you might just get wounded, or things can go really well, and everyone in the company regains 1 hope. That's really it. Most of the events you're going to be getting are like, encounter someone here, encounter this, find an enemy that wants to tear your balls off. You know, it's usual stuff. Now the fellowship phase. Fellowship phase is end of the year kind of thing. We're sitting down, hanging out, and just kind of vibing. We've reached our destination. We are in Rivendell. We are in here, and we're sitting and waiting and relaxing for a small amount of time. We get back a bunch of things. We choose what the next set of our destination is going to be, what we want to actually do, update everything we can, because we can actually explore. We can actually update and grow our character during this time. We recover all of our abilities, recover all of our strength, and do what we need to do. Yule, though, is every 3 fellowship phases, winter happens, and we all go home. Maybe. You could just go to each other's house and hang out there. We can just fuck around in Rivendell if we really want to. What are you doing for Yule? I'm going to Minas Tirith and fucking around there for the whole year. I'm going to Rivendell because Rivendell actually has lembas bread, and I want more lembas bread. And Elrond owes me a favor. Yeah, the more you go, effectively, you can kind of think that Yule is the end of the year phase. This is, hey, you can roughly get about 10 Yules worth of sessions out of this game. We're like, yeah, 10 years have gone by. You wrap this shit up. Your adventure is done. You're an old fuck. You're an old man now. No adventuring for you. Go home. And yeah, Yule is when you're getting a lot of the stuff done. That's when your serious stuff goes out. Healing scars, and you're raising heirs, recounting stories, things like that. But during that, hey, want to do an undertaking? Let's gather some rumors. Let's go meet our boss. Let's just go meet Elrond. Hey, Elrond. How you doing? Hey, Gandalf, what you doing, buddy? Hey, Gandalf. Hey, what's the fucking plan? What we're doing? Hey, what are we doing? How are we doing things? Where are we going to be going? That's pretty much it. That's the majority of the game. Game's not difficult. Game it's trying to give you a lot of information. You kind of even see here being like, we're not even barely halfway through the game. And being like, yeah, we really are. Things are pretty simple. Characters are very simple. Like, relatively speaking. But then we get into Shadow. Again, as I said before, the enemy, the Shadow, is fucking with you. It wants to kill you. It wants to eat your soul and shit out your corpse. As anything goes wrong, your shadow points gain. Hey. What the fuck is going on here? Oh shit, experiencing torture. Oh god. Seeing a mustering of a shadow army. Ooh, that ain't good. You know, it's like, oh no, things are going bad. Things are going bad. You know, it's like doing bad shit builds misdeeds, and you being greedy can kill you. Anything can build up your shadow. Jesus. Give me 1 second. Youch! Yeah. Sorcery. You cast magic. Bad shit goes down. You don't want to cast magic. Now, the big thing is if you get too much stuff, if you get too much shadow and bad things are going down, you can go through a bout of madness. This is really bad. What does this mean? Something bad goes on. You betray the company, fear gets the best of you, sexual desires, rage overtakes you. And generally, the further down the path you go, the worse things go. The worst part you can have is that if you take 4 of these, you become lost to madness, where you go fucking bananarama insane. Or if you are an elf, you want to leave. That's the entire idea is you return to Valinor as an elf. That is, you say, I don't want to be an adventurer anymore. I'm going home to kill myself. I am going home to die because I'm me. Okay. Now, you want to get flaws. Like, flaws aren't bad. Flaws are human. Everyone has flaws. But, generally speaking, most enemies, I'm just going to go down to, like, one of the basic enemies. So, this is a Southern Raider. Attribute level 4. Anytime they need to make a check, they're going to be treated as if they have a 4 in it. Nothing too extreme. What's their endurance? 16. What's their resolve? 4. What's their parry? +1. Armor 2. Might is how many wounds they can take. If you hit them and deal a wound to them, they automatically go down. They die immediately. That's all that happens. They are not too... No character is too strong. Even if you kind of see like like attribute level, like special damage, fell abilities, like it's how dangerous are they kind of thing. But generally speaking, they are roll 3, and you're not going to do a shit ton of damage. That's not the point. Every enemy you fight is pretty fucking dangerous. On the other hand, most of them go down in a single good hit. Except if you are an orc. If you are an orc, you die very, very fucking slowly, and you're going to get mauled to death. So, fight like hell, and don't die. Yeah, fell abilities. It's 0 haste and it's unengaged. Yeah, mostly it's like running away, fighting. Trolls. Hello, everyone. It's me, the Trolls. I'm dead. Nothing too exciting when it comes to the enemy variety, but again, the enemy variety is supposed to be you're going to get more shit as you get more books. Hordes are... You just roll on the horde and you get this. If you can get Shadow, though, that's the thing. You can get Shadow by getting too much treasure, because it's been treasure in the dark. Treasure in the dark is bad. Get some magic artifacts, get some magic items, and you're doing pretty damn good. That's really all I can really say. One of the big things, though, is like the eye, kind of the idea of eye awareness. Pretty much the more you do things, the more the Eye of Sauron's trying to kick your ass. If you do a lot of shit to disrupt things, they're going to find you pretty fucking fast. They're going to find you pretty fucking fast and kill you. They're going to rip your balls off. And that's just what they want to do. And the rest of this is lore stuff. Like lore stuff on Lord of the Rings. They have a lot of information, a lot of appendix stuff, a lot of information. It's... Yeah. Here's the thing with the One Ring. I think the One Ring is a good game. Mixing me about stuff. But do I like the One Ring 2nd Edition? Yeah, I think the One Ring 2nd Edition is pretty good. I think it does exactly what it sets out to do. But here's a secret. Here's a secret that I've been keeping from you all this time. Keeping from it because I'm a little sneaky boy. And that one little sneaky boy thing that I've been doing, I've been sneaking around a little bit, is the fact of, are these games good? Are these games good by themselves? I think that is a unique question to ask. Are these games good? If this was not Lord of the Rings. This was not Lord of the Rings, would these games be good? MERP is. I think MERP is a good game because it's just simple Rolemaster. At the end of the day, it's simple Rolemaster. It does its job and doesn't need to worry about anything else. I think Lord of the Rings adventure game is good by itself. I do. Because it's not really Lord of the Rings game, to be honest. It says it is, but it's really not. Oh, Jesus, man. Alright, easy enough to understand. Is Coda good by itself? If this was not Lord of the Rings, it was just Coda, I don't think it is. I think this game is not great. Is the One Ring good independent of itself? I don't think, well, the One Ring could go under any other name except Lord of the Rings. And I think that's a unique situation. Because I asked everybody on my server, do you want to play in Middle Earth? Do you want to play a game in Middle Earth? And it was kind of a broader question. Like, here's the thing. It's like, kind of a broader question. And it was really interesting because it was kind of split down the middle. Some people were like, hell yeah, I would totally play in Lord of the Rings. Another group were like, absolutely not. And I think that's kind of a broader question when it comes to franchise games in general, especially ones as popular as Lord of the Rings. Do you want to play in Middle-earth? Some people would say absolutely not. Some people would say yes, and some people would not know what's going on. I find that an interesting question. I find that an interesting query. I find that an interesting thing to muse about. And I want all of you to think about that as well. Because here's the thing. I think The One Ring is a perfect game for Lord of the Rings set in Third Age. I think it does everything it sets out to do, and then some. And its billions of expansion books are all going to be building onto that simple core to add more shit that you want. But would it be able to exist outside of Lord of the Rings? I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. How much of this game is carried by the fact that it's Lord of the Rings, you have all this information already set up, and how much of this is carried by the quality of the game? How much of this is saying Lord of the Rings versus the One Ring? That's kind of the situation. I don't know. And that's kind of an interesting premise. You know, the Middle Earth to me is a setting that's best experienced as an outside viewer. It's best as a novel or a movie, not as much as a game. I perfectly understand. That's the thing is with. Yeah, Trump did get shot. Not important though. Yeah, I am streaming about Middle Earth during an historic event. If you keep talking about it, I'm going to be streaming alone. Haha. Looking at you, Ironside. But, generally speaking, I think it's good. All these games are good in their own right. Here's the thing. That's, I think, the, oh, I didn't mean to click that button. Here's the thing. I think this game is good. I think all these games are good in their own right. I think every single one of these games has a reason to exist and are good. MERP has a successor. Against the Dark Masters, a clear successor to the rest of the to this franchise, to this world. You can keep doing stuff in it, you can still engage with it. The simplified role master. Lord of the Rings adventure game, even, has a point of existence. Why do you exist? Well, because I'm a simple introduction to people who have never played a TTRPG before. Coda, not so much. Let's be honest with ourselves here. But, yeah. I think we are going to see... I don't think we're going to see another Middle-earth game. Unironically, I don't think we're ever going to see another Middle-earth TTRPG. Because One Ring exists now. We might see in the next 5-6 years like the One Ring 3rd edition, but I don't think we're going to see like a major change in anything. Except if there is a super massive, horrifying event where IP laws and IP stuff gets shifted around. If that happens, then we're going to have some issues. Then there will be some problems. But I don't think we're going to see it like right off the bat. You get what I mean? We're going to see a new Middle-earth TTRPG under extreme duress. I think that's the best way to say it. We're going to see it under extreme duress. And that extreme duress is going to be IP stuff, IP laws. Probably next year we'll see what happens, because Embracer's being turned into a completely different company, which is Middle-earth Enterprises. Something might happen there, something might not happen there. I don't know. Let's see. So, let's go to Kickstarter, everyone, and see what we're doing. Neon Skies, alternative, funded. Of course, DC20 funded to 8 jillion%. Of course, obviously. It's the only game that matters. Liberty Incorporated. I don't think we're going to make it here, Kings. Newest tabletop games. Yeah, DC20 made $2.2 million. $2.2 million fucking dollars. It's great. I can't wait for it to come out in 2 years. Imagine if it doesn't come out, though. Imagine if he fails. Imagine. Think how funny that would be. Think how absolutely funny that would be. But I would laugh. I would get a big old laugh. Remakes of the movies, new games. I don't even know, honestly. Unironically, I do not know. Please do not plot to make DC20 fail. I'm not going to plot to make it fail. I am just saying that if it does, it will be funny. Any Lord of the Ring game which does not account for the effects of the shadow and corruption on the character is, in my opinion, missing the core point. I think the idea with it is that if we do see another Lord of the Rings game, it's going to be there are new movies coming out, there's new rights getting shifted around. I don't think we're going to see another Middle-earth role-playing game spontaneously, unless there are some extraneous factors at play. Yeah, Amazon's Rings of Power, the role-play. We'll see something like that, but Amazon's allergic to anything that could possibly be good, so... Oh, Lord. Ooh, fantasy naval game. That's kind of cool. Like, let's see. Oh, yeah. You. Hey, wait a second. Wait a fucking moment. You can't post those things. You don't own any of these things. You don't own any of these things. Unless they do, like... Yeah, they're all... Why are you even here? Why are you even in this? Go away. Get out of tabletop games. Why? Orkborg! I love Orkborg. STL, 5e, STL, 5e. It's 5e, it's STLs, it's 5e, it's STLs. 5e and STLs. I love 5e and STLs. 5e and STLs. It's the only thing that's here. 5e and STLs. I can never escape this purgatory. Never gonna leave. We're never gonna leave the hood at this rate, everyone. I'm gonna click on that. I'm gonna feel sad because I'm feeling I know what it's going to be, and because I know what it's going to be, I'm gonna feel sad about it. And because I'm gonna feel sad about it, I'm gonna feel like I'm gonna kill myself because God is dead and I can't have nice things in my life. Royal Punks. Wait, sadistic well, that's just porn, though. That's just pornography of a child. That's just pornography of a child on Kickstarter. Alright. 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 It's a child? It's Kickstarter. What else are they gonna have? Anime women aren't children. When you make an explicit point of saying this is a high school girl, let's just remove all her clothes and make an STL statue, I'm gonna be a little bit weirded out by it. I'm like, that's kind of weird. Like, that's kind of odd. Like, if it was just like an adult woman, fine, whatever. But it's like, it's very clearly a high school girl, and that's why I'm like a little bit like, oh, that's kind of weird. It's odd. Let's see. This is like just an STL fucking file, because that's apparently what we do. That's what we do here on Kickstarter. We make STL files, and I feel sad. I feel just really sad, and I can't escape. Hello, phone. Oh, Mom, let's see. Playground role-playing game. Alright. Created by kids for kids. Peckers. Election fraud of the game. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Man, there is... Wow, there is nothing here. This is all awful. I hate all of this. I hate everyone involved in this. This is very impressive. Oh. There he is again. Doing the thing again. I don't know why. I find this so fascinating. Like, I find this so fascinating. Like, anytime I hear the word waifu, I now have like a vitriolic reaction against it. Because it's never anything decent. Like, I immediately know, oh, it's my waifu. I'm like, you're gonna be weird about it. This is gonna be weird. Like, it's waifu warriors. I'm like, I fucking hate you. Like, as a TTRPG, it is a live recreation of the board game. That's all it is. It's just the board game. Like, I find it very impressive that I have, like, zero enthusiasm anytime someone says, that's my waifu game. I'm like, no, shut up. Like, please stop talking. Just, I'm begging you. I am begging you. Let's see. Gothic 5e and STL files. Because, like, the thing is that I always get so flummoxed about is that they will put out all these things and it will be like, who's gonna use these? Like, who's gonna use the giant waifu titty figure? Like, are you gonna bring that out? You're gonna, like, just bust it out, you know, bust it down sexual style and being like, oh yeah, here's my giant titty model, being like, it's unnecessarily large. Why do you have this massive fucking titty model on the table? And being like, I just really want to goon while I roleplay. I'm like, no. There's fucking nothing. Yeah, there's fucking nothing. Yeah. Yeah, this is Night Shift. You want to be an exotic dancer a board game for exotic dancers. Oh, boy. Like, yeah, no, this is tactical gameplay for the. It's like, oh, okay. Welcome to the Neopets role-playing game. You know, the Neopets role-playing game. I have no idea what the fuck's going on here, but it is. For some reason, they're making a Neopets game. Yeah, I remember them announcing this a while ago, and everyone being very confused, because technically Neopets belongs to a... Like, you gotta remember, Neopets technically belongs to Scientology in some convoluted method. For redemption on the Neopets website. Yeah, you get rare item codes. Yeah, this is one of those really... Yeah, this is one of those weird ones where I look at and I'm like, yeah, no, this is the Neopets RPG. This is Neopets, right? I'm not having a stroke. Like, yeah, I'm having an emotional breakdown. Yeah, this is it exists. Let's see, like, what system are we actually working with here? Expansive world, 50 species, random events, run a gang, mini games, wide variety of mini games, puzzles, like, yeah, it looks like they're literally just being like, I want to make the Neopets role-playing game that is Neopets on the table. I'm like, oh, all right. Let's make it get a TCG. Green stuff in addition appendage on one. All right. Let's see. Betting bullets. Tumbleweed TRPG. You got bullets. You bet your life on them bullets and betting bullets. Let's see. So it's what's the game? Look at the rounds. Mechanics at a glance. HP starts the game 6 bullets. Resolve any conflict. Hold an auction. Add number of bullets. Secret bid. All right. I mean, it's like a weird betting game, but all right. Well, I mean, it's got its money. I can respect it. It's got its money. It's done its job. Nerd role playing. Let's see. Simple game, but simple. I didn't simplify it. Adventures. We'll make you. Oh, wait a second. Where are you from? Colombia. Quite unique. Little is known about these people. Where they come from. Some are all powerful. There's debate of the beast should be used. It seems to be. Game. Let's see. What's the game? The Mechanical trust their troops. The villain this first is. All right, I'm here to see where it goes. Let's see it. I like more games out of Colombia. Let's see. Dive into the Miss Berserker or Ragnarok will soon be upon us. Okay, everyone. Let's there it is. There it is. It's Morkborg. Immortals White Box. Let me just... Up. There it is. It's Morkborg. Why is it every time I see these things, I feel nothing but pain when I know with my psychic fucking powers? This fucking psychic powers keeps happening. It clicks forward, and I'm like, oh boy. Well, both the immortal law. Let's see. Immortal's why I bought. Oh, that's a smart idea, actually. He's calling it the white box. He's calling it the white box. Uh, because so he gets more clicks on it. That's actually not a bad idea, honestly. Yeah, no, it's like to be an OSR game. Nothing too exciting. Got something right. I mean, nope. It's Infinity's Edge. Infinite character, infinite isekai. Sean, by the way, hello. This is like fourth dimensional fucking. This is to give you an idea. This is a book RPG. This is like 4 levels of going down the rabbit hole. I'm fascinated because lit RPGs. It's a lit RPG tabletop role playing game based on video games. Why does this keep happening? Let's see. Peckers, old game. Let's see. Fun playground. Primary 5 class. Very cool. Concept art. Descriptions. Game mechanics. We have used AI to turn our drawings into professional looking pictures of the book. I see. And to catch and survive. I mean, Peckers. Honestly. Here's the thing. It's Here's the thing for me. I would say just double down and just use the fucking like kids artwork for it. That's not what I would do. Just double down. All right, and then it's a replica board game of the box of Zathura. Let's see. Moving tokens and steel. That looks pretty. Honestly, that looks kind of neat. It looks kind of neat from a purely like. I like the original movie. That's kind of neat. Let's take a look at itch.io. Let's see. We want to do physical games, do it popular. Let's see. Anything fun? All right, Vincent. Yep, Vincent Baker finally made his way onto itch.io. Inshallah, brothers. We've done it. For Redborg. Yay. You know, Redborg. Redborg. Yep, nope, nope, nope. I'm fine. I'm fine, right? Everyone say I'm fine. Everything is fine. Itch.io has a collection of random crap. Yeah, no, it does. Itch.io has the most random shit you will ever find. And like, yeah, let's see. Do we have anything? Yeah, no. This is itch, all right. Yep, this is itch.io. We do have Triangle Agency though. Been meaning to we've been needing to do Triangle Agency. We followed up on it a while ago. Finally out, so oh boy. System agnostics sword pilots from Europa. Compatible with thirsty sword lesbians. System agnostic setting compatible with TSL. Truly, I love TTRPGs. Every day I wake up. Yeah, nothing. Nothing is good. Nothing is good here. Everything is pain, and we can never have nice things. Okay, I'm gonna click on this. We're gonna go here. All right, everyone. I think we all see why we're here. Now, I think we all know why we're here, everyone. I want to know this. I'm gonna click on this. This is one of our own. Remember that, everyone. This is by one of our own. I'm gonna click on this, and if it's gold, I'm gonna kill myself. Kill myself live on air. Because it's not. It's gonna be silver, right? Still silver. Yes. Hello to Gorge World. Hello to Gorge World. Fun fact: as I pull this up, I want you to know that this did not get dinged for being 18 plus because he negotiated for it. He negotiated for it because TSL exists. I want you to know this. I want you to know that Thirsty Sword Lesbians is the direct reason why Gorge World is now a top seller on DTRPG and has sold at least 100 copies. I want you to remember this. I want you to know that God is dead and we can never have nice things anymore. This is the reason he doesn't talk to us. But, let's see. I'm going to call it there. Thank you all for watching. Let's see. Is there anyone streaming right now? Anyone, we got Kirsch. Yeah, Kirsch. Do we have anyone fun and exciting streaming? Well, we got Nyaru. I like Nyaru. She's fun and exciting. But, let's see. There's got to be more anime women to say my name. Get that high up and going. Spicy Foxu. Death. Yep, just remember, we can never have nice things. That doesn't sound... Am I missing something? Am I fucking blind? Am I fucking blind? This is a very common... Brother, I have been streaming for 5.5 hours. You have to be very specific with... Super care you. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Oh, that's a no-no. We ain't touching that with a 5-foot pole. She's touching stuff that we don't want to touch. Let's see. Oh, we've got a debut. He's just asleep. I mean, like... Let's see. No, that's not working. Let's... Gotta have something, right? We gotta have that fucking... Where's that adrenaline burst? Where's that kick of going? Man, there are no... Women are not real today. God damn it. Where are women when we need them? Always there when we don't, and always here when we... Truly. Our darkest time. Guess there's always Umaru. Let's see. We got anything else? No. There isn't. I'm tired. I'm gonna fucking leave. I see Slime Woman. Where's Slime Woman? Where are you, Slime Woman? Hello, Ava Lamp. She just went offline. I want you to know she just went offline. Truly, comedy hours. We are never making it out of the metaphorical hood at this rate. Let's see. What are you? I see intended for certain audiences. I know this is not a good start. Let's see. Oh, this is a fucking awful place to be. Let's see. Yapping ought to know. No, I don't want to do that. I believe I'm a good Christian boy, as you all know, as a good Catholic man. Who's done nothing wrong, by the way. Good Catholic man. I can't think of anything. Yeah, you're right.